this is how
Irene,
Zoom meetings go. We don't. Some things work better, some things work worse. We're able to join from around the world without greenhouse gas emissions, but there are these little blips. So we had a wonderful start to our meeting today. We're going to start today by looking at issues of ecological integrity and the broad themes we've been discussing in the context of agriculture and the land. And our first presentation will be by Virginia.
Okay, thank you. I am trying to share my presentation. Here you are, here we are. Now, I try to be, to respect my time.
I'll give you 5 minutes when you're near 5 minutes to 30 minutes.
Okay, you say to me. What I want to address in this my presentation, and brief overview on the role of agriculture in climate change. What sustainability means when we address agriculture, the new challenges raised by technology. Now, agriculture, as everybody know, of course, addresses nature as two complementary ideas. First, as a material condition and result of production processes, and second, as diverse and even contradictory symbolical meanings, such as the idea of a rural idyll where nature and society are harmonically related to each other, or of a threatening nature that needs to be controlled. This is the classical idea of agriculture, the one depicted by Virgilio, a very old ancient Italian author, in his Georgiche. Now, in the 20th century, agriculture produced many negative externalities for society and the environment.
Virginia,
yes?
Let me just, we are seeing not the presentation mode. If you'd like us to see just the one slide at a time, you
yes.
need to just
yes,
put it in presentation mode.
Yes,
okay.
yes. This is true. This is true. You know, I am a poor Italian, not very technological. Now, agriculture is currently the principal driver of, everybody know, biodiversity losses. Primarily through the conversion of forest, grassland, and wetlands to large-scale agriculture production, but also through unsustainable rates of water use, pollution of lakes and rivers, and introduction of non-native species. The degradation of ecosystem services disproportionately impacts the rural poor and impedes efforts to combat poverty and hunger. Agriculture is responsible for nearly 1/3 of global anthropogenic greenhouse gas emission, including nitrous oxide from increased fertilizer use, methane from rice and livestock production, carbon dioxide from the clearing of forests to create agricultural land, and indirect emission from the manufacturers of fossil fuel-based agriculture and from the processing, packaging, and transportation of the food. Now, in this landscape, what we know and what we have in mind is that poverty, rather than food scarcity, is generally the cause of chronic malnutrition. People go hungry even in countries where food is abundant because they are poor. Second, agrobiodiversity is essential, of course, to the integrity and resilience of the world's food supply. The rapid extension of industrial agriculture has produced a worldwide decline in agrobiodiversity, marginalized small farmers, eroded farmers' self-sufficiency, and this is a point I want to stress too, diminished traditional agricultural knowledge while fostering dependence on expensive seeds, pesticides, fertilizer, and machinery produced by a small number of transnational corporations. Third, agriculture can play a significant role in climate change mitigation and adaptation. Sustainable agriculture seeks to maximize natural pests, nutrient soil and water management technologies while reducing agrochemical use and enhancing agro-biodiversity. Now, indeed, there is a great...
Virginia, sorry, our slides are not moving.
Yes, but you know why? Because what I want to focus is on the concept of sustainability. What sustainability really means. What sustainability really means in face with these big, huge problems that are posed by agriculture. Sustainability, what means when we address agriculture? The concept, what we mean with sustainable agriculture, the concept of sustainable development addresses, this is my point, the question of societal relation to nature, asking for socially and ecological viable economic developments. The concept of sustainability in agriculture and sustainability in general, the concept of sustainable development, to be more precise, is a normative one, according to me, and follows two principles of the principle of justice. This is, to me, sustainable, to justice and integration of different needs. If it's true that the claim for justice addresses present and future generation, it is also undeniable that there is a strong need to integrate different stakeholders, farmer, businessmen, consumer, women, and so on. And of course, all different stakeholders with different ecological, economical, and social needs. So then we could say that sustainability is characterized as a controversially structured field of discourse. Building a resilient and sustainable agriculture and food system is, to me, the only solution able to face with the challenge of a growing population. This sustainable food system will have to account for natural resource inputs, adapting agricultural practices, bringing sustainable framework into the global and local markets, and improving supply chain to be more resilient. This complex situation led the EU to adopt the farm to fork strategy in order to build a new rural paradigm which not only addresses agriculture in terms of primary production of food, but views rural areas as spaces where people work and live. The idea of multifunctional agriculture in Europe focuses on the possibility of creating development in addition to primary production. The general idea is that human beings should be protected, at least in Europe, in all aspects of their life, and it is in this context that technological change has mostly been perceived as a threat to sustainable agriculture. Now, is sustainability is the core concept. How can just implement a sustainable agriculture? The concept of sustainable agriculture has taken hold across all sectors, both public and private. Issues such as integrating a multifunctional food system, eco-efficiency, ecosystem services, supply chain management, climate change, deforestation, biodiversity loss, and so on and so on and so on, are part nowadays of the agriculture and food dialogue. But distorted markets, overproduction, and some unintended side effects like climate change have often forced to give up agricultural production. In this context, while technological innovation has always been important in agriculture, the increasing scale of some agriculture, the increasing challenge of production, increasing natural resource constraint, and the relative value of labor is making effective technology an even more critical factor. Technology, in few words, and to me, in my opinion, turns to be at the same time complex and simple. And people perceive sustainability as divided in two different classes that are driving a transformation in the system that shape individual farming operation into global integrated enterprise. First, I would talk only of the role of technology. But when we talk of the role of technology, for sure, the first thing that comes to our minds is the solution, the experience more of the genetic modified organism. Genetic modified organisms that are of course, at the core of that remain controversial at a domestic and international, of course, level. The second is the utilization of global position system technologies. This technology, as the driver of precision agriculture, has allowed growers to produce more with less crop input and energy usage. Third, the utilization of satellite-based remote monitoring and in-field sensing technology. This will greatly aid in the global and regional monitoring of crop productivity and weather-related impacts. And four, the global diffusion of cellular and wireless communication technology coupled with the increasing ubiquity of the internet. Now, each of these technology individually has greatly supported the way we think, see, and make sustainable operation choices in agriculture, food, and system. As we are beginning to integrate this technology, and as the price of internet access, computing power, and data storage continues to decline, we are seeing the emergence of sustainable agricultural decision support tools that are being deployed to meet the need of growers. Now, I will talk of the 2 points. Talking of the role of technology, precision farming, and what I say I have called Brussels set the table with genetic modified organisms. Let's start with precision agriculture or precision farming. Precision agriculture is a modern farming management concept using digital techniques to monitor and optimize agricultural production processes. For example, rather than applying the same amount of fertilizer over an entire agricultural field or feeding a large animal population with the equal amount of feed, precision agriculture will measure variation in condition within a field and adapt its fertilizing or harvesting strategy accordingly. Likewise, it will assess the need a condition of individual animal in larger population and optimize feeding on a per animal basis. Precision agriculture then promises to increase the quantity and quality of agricultural output while using less input, less water, less energy, less fertilizer, less pesticides. The aim is to save costs, reduce environmental impact, and produce more and more better food. The method of precision agriculture relies mainly upon a combination of new sensor technology, satellite navigation, and position technology, and of course, Internet of Things. Now, the progress of precision farming is made, of course, was made in parallel with the rapid development of the global navigation satellites system. Then a fantastic system at first sight, a system that presents a lot of advantages, but also a lot of drawback. The system, this is the contra, is expensive for sure, time consuming. The gain, income, distributed among a large range of stakeholders, and the success of the system depends on the crop. If the crop is extensive, wheat or cotton, it works less than compared to a crop, to an intensive crop, such as the one of sugar, for instance. The efficiency of course, of the system change also depending on regional agriculture. The fortune of this site-specific crop management is linked to the farmer's income, for sure, sustainability benefits, environmental benefits to society. Another aspect to consider is that precision agriculture is extremely, and this is my point, information sensitive, as millions of terabytes of information are collected, analyzed, and processed. Even small-scale farmers are gathering information passively collected by precision agriculture equipment, and many farmers are using information from large database and precision analytics to make on-farm decision. In example, here we are. Let's think to John Deere, a large company. In 1929 was listed as the 87th in the Fortune's American ranking. A lot of money, really a lot of money. What does John Deere company? Deere, of course, like the animals, is not by chance, of course. Now, John Deere fits all its tractors with sensors that stream data about soil and crop condition. And the corporation invites farmers to subscribe and pay for access to information that can help them to decide. To decide what? For example, where to plant and when to plant crops. Now comes the question, who owns the data? Who owns the data? The answer is easy. And the owner is John Deere, of course. They collect data, and these data are not openly accessible to farmers. The use of large information, and the digital tools for collecting, aggregating, and analyzing them has the potential to wade in on long-standing relationship between players in food and agriculture. For instance, between farmers and agricultural corporation. Now, for sure, by the ancient time, the collection of data and information on crops and weather has always been a characteristic aspect of agriculture in order to increase and to improve efficiency in production. But the story changed with big data because the volume, in terms of volume of data collecting, but also in terms of the role played by contemporary digital technology. Big data proponents offer a high level of precision, information storage, processing, and analyzing data that once was impossible to achieve due to the technological limitation. Now, a farmer might log information about her crop performance with a digital phone app used to predict and direct future production practices. This collection and analysis of big data may have implication for relationship of power between players in the market and for sure influence the food system. Just to give you an idea, I beg your pardon, think to, this is a European corporation, Van der Lely in Holland. And I give you here the website reference. Now the advert, if you go on its website, is from first call to final sign off. They give you complete assistance, of course. And the same did Monsanto. Because Monsanto, under a platform called Integrated Field System Management, Monsanto has a suite of digital tools for collecting and analyzing farm data. Farmers are being encouraged to use Monsanto IFS tool to collect information about soil condition, weed varieties, and weather. Now, in case of this is another interesting platform, USA platform, with ID. In the case of with ID, which helps farmer to identify weeds and map weed pressure in a digital mapping tool, there are likely also benefit to the corporation, namely promoting, of course, chemical interests of the company and identifying new chemical needs and therefore areas of possible investment in research and development. Think to the importance of big data by just looking to this slide. Monsanto in June 1913 bought the Climate Corporation, which is a corporation that examines weather, soil, and field data. And in 2015, did subscribe in a very interesting commercial agreement with John Deere, an agreement that was terminated in 2017. Why? Because the US Department of Justice filed a lawsuit to block the sale, arguing that the deal could make it more expensive for farmers to use fast, precise planting technology. And the same happens with the system Cyan in Italy, of course. Now, we should think carefully about the role of big data in agriculture. As Lev Menovich said, data do not just exist. And the use of big data, of course, give rise to important question. Who retains the ownership of this data? There is a question of privacy of data, and a question of privacy that even in Europe, where there is a specific regulation, is a very complex issue. Now, who ought to have access to this data, to the data generated by the John Deere tractor, for instance? And who is the right to use this data? It's very complex, a very complex issue. Now, the image of the imaginary of John Deere advert campaign. The advert campaign is John Deere Farm Forward. And if you go on internet or even on YouTube, you see this small YouTube movie, and you see a beautiful agriculture, all technical, without people, of course. And what? Can this kind of agriculture really make inequalities disappearing? I don't think so. While, for sure, this system more improves the interest or helps helps the big corporation, the large, big chemical corporation. Now, the imaginary of John Deere advert campaign is aimed at improving a productivistic model for farming, a model that brings great commercial gain to few agri-food conglomerates, but for the rest of the world, it will result in serious ecological, economical, health, and above all, I find, because as I said at the beginning, sustainability is a normative and social concept, social cultural consequences without notably alleviating hunger and malnutrition in the long term. The pretending revolution of farming with big data, or better, the use of precision agricultural equipment in order to improve corn yield opportunities, say Monsanto, are not new promises. They simply reproduce the stereotype that the application of new technology to labor is aimed at achieving a better life. Apparently thought as a system that can bridge inequality and create more opportunity, the promotion of big data tools don't normalize hegemonic farming system, right the contrary. And just just because I think I have only a few minutes and I will be very quickly. This is the other, some critical issue. The other role played by technology is what I have named the Brussels set table for new genetic modified organism. Why this point? Because it is of this year, really is of April, if I am not wrong. Yes, it's of April of this year, a paper of the Commission on the use of new breeding technology. And it's interesting to read what Commission paper, what is written the Commission, what the Commission write in its paper. They say that the end, there is new breeding technology, have nothing to compare with genetic modified organisms, because they simply use the same DNA of the species to build to build another kind of vegetable. And they say, Commission say that a random change to the genome occur independently of the breeding methodology, just to give the idea that this is a very natural process, but it's only way to mask the truth. Of course, it's not the way to mask the truth, because always in the same paper, EU Commission say that this kind of new breeding technology of new genetic tools could also lead to the creation of technical barrier to trade, potentially leading to disputes between EU and its trade partners. And so to avoid this kind of negative consequence, they say, well, it's acceptable to use or to introduce these new genetic tools. Now, of course, it's not true. In Europe, there is a big debate on this topic. There is a really big debate, and for sure, the new breeding techniques are an example of the biotech lobbies, economic power, that are trying to catch the attention of the EU decision making. And the last, but really the last one, a few remarks, just to give you the idea, but I know that you share with me this vision, the idea that agriculture can contribute in a very bad way to climate change is what is going on in Brazil. Now, in Brazil, under the first 2 years of Bolsonaro government, in the first 2 years of Bolsonaro government, the deforestation increased by 48% in protected area. And now it's going to the Senate, to Brazilian Senate, the Lei PL 1419, which expand deforestation to protect the interests of landowners, livestock farmers, and gold diggers, and complete the Indian genocide began 15 years ago, which I find is a big scandal. And what is the pressure? What they press is Bancada Ruralista, a lobby of landowners who try to find a legal way to deforest the Amazonia, of course. But the lei create the condition for disappearance of about 100 Indian people who had never had contact with whites. And you know, and here I stop because really I find that using a legal tool, which is unbelievable, by way of an amendment, by amending the Constitution 1988, the Indians, after this lei will be approved, and I hope no, the Indians will be asked to prove their, listen, title of ownership on the day the Constitution was adopted. And this is unbelievable, and is unbelievable under a kind of clause that allow private individuals to enter the land of Indians for public utility reason. Public utility reason is the exploitation of the forest for commercial and agricultural use. I mean, no word, really no word. And I know a friend of mine in Brasilia, in Manaus, there are a lot of protests made by Indians who live there. I beg your pardon. It's all. Thank you. Just to finish, because I forget, because I was very angry about the situation, and you know, you can imagine. Now, what's the problem with agriculture, with farming agriculture and precision agriculture? The question is that we should, policymaker, the interest of big company, farmers, talk, interact together, and find out the right path to combine farming precision and technology, which are not at all with the development or so on, with the right of human being and the respect of human rights. And that's, I finished.
Thank you, Virginia. Well, I certainly learned a lot there. We won't have time for questions and discussions right now, but perhaps later in the day.
May I just add one word to what Virginia said? You speak of Monsanto, but Monsanto has been taken over by Bayer.
Yes, I know.
So you
know.
You should at least say Monsanto Bayer. Sorry.
No, it's okay. No. But you know, it's more in our imaginary. Monsanto is still Monsanto. But you are right.
I know.
Well, it puts the cherry on the top that, in addition to anything else, you have this sort of immense concentration of corporate power. So thanks for starting us off on day 2 that way, Virginia. Some hard things to listen to, but important for us to know. And I'm going to turn things over now to Matteo.
Matteo.
And he will chair the rest of this session.
Hello, everybody.
Okay, Matteo.
Hello, Laura. Hello, Virginia.
Matteo, keep the time, please, because at 11 I go, okay? And I want to hear everything.
I know, and first of all, I want to apologize to all of you, and particularly to Virginia as first speaker, but apparently I got kicked out of my own virtual room.
Hello.
And I kept
Matteo
staring.
There?
I'm still here. Laura. Only clear, I hope. So I kept basically looking at the loading circle for quite 5 minutes until I just tried to reboot, and apparently everything worked out. So without further ado, I will move on to Irene Heuser, I think is the right pronunciation. Her presentation is on, as you see, soil governance and land degradation neutrality in international law. Irene is a member of the UCN World Commission on Environmental Law, especially, as you see in the slide, a special group on soil desertification and sustainable agriculture. As Laura mentioned, I would like to be strict. So the rule of thumb here will be basically the yellow and red card rule. So yellow card for like 2 minutes warning, red card, you have to rope up. So I hope you can see me, but anyway, I will try to make this clear. But Irene, the screen is definitely yours for 30 minutes.
Thank you very much, Matteo. Dear Laura, dear Jeff, dear Katie, dear colleagues, I'm so happy to be able to meet you, to talk to you with so many distinguished GEIG colleagues from all over the world. It's been some time since my last GEIG meeting, and I'm really happy to be able to join again. I would like to talk about soil governance and land degradation neutrality. I slightly changed the title a little bit because nowadays we talk more about soil governance, which also includes the legal instruments, of course. And maybe I also would like to start with some another definition, because soil and land is also very often used as synonyms, but we have to distinguish that according to the UNCCD definition, that land is the terrestrial system that comprises soil, vegetation, etc. Okay. While the ecosystem in the uppermost layer, which where plants also grow. So this is just as a start quite important to distinguish. So the land concept of land comprises soil, and of course there are so many other terms that are commonly used, like soil conservation, a little bit older term, soil health, a bit of a newer term. And we can also discuss the definitions maybe later in the discussion. I would just like to go on with the task of our legal system, that is to create the conditions to protect and sustainably use the soil. So soil protection means protecting the functions of the soil, especially the ecological ones. So it fulfills a multitude of ecological, economic, and social functions. We all know that, especially being a fundamental basis for the terrestrial biodiversity, supplying the vast majority of world's food, and more broadly recognized as having an essential function in regulating the climate. So soil degradation means the loss or the deterioration of its function. And we already know so much about soils through the various reports, especially the IPCC Special Report on Climate Change and Land, and the IPBES Assessment Report on Land Degradation and Restoration. And yeah, so this is a good starting point. Of course, soil and land degradation affects I don't know, 1 million people globally, and it's like 75% of the poor that are directly affected by land degradation. So it's also a topic of social justice. And currently, a quarter of the world's soil area is highly degraded, and about 1/3 of the world's soils is already affected. Laura, can you imagine an area of the size of Italy has been or will be, if nothing happens, constantly degraded every year, the size of Italy? Yeah, so soils are exposed to a variety of soil threats. I'm sure you know all about these different soil threats: decline of organic matter, biodiversity loss, contamination, and all the others mentioned. So concerning soil governance, I would like to start with an overview. I would like to focus on the international level, but also include some other remarks on the national and the regional aspects. Concerning the binding instruments on international level, all three Rio conventions, about all of them, all three conventions might influence the use of soil, although there is no specific or comprehensive land or soil protection convention yet, and all three conventions are insufficient as a framework to meet the objective of the prevention of soil threats and the sustainable use of soil. Yeah, this is a quite confusing slide, but I didn't want to go, I don't want to go into all details, but to give you at least an overview. If you're interested, we can of course go deeper into each convention. There was a lot to say about the strengths and weaknesses of the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement, the CBD and the UNCCD, with regard to soil governance. And in a nutshell, they do not include anywhere near a sufficient range of legal elements needed to protect and manage soil in a sustainable way. And because these policies often have other aims and other scopes of action. For example, in the context of the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement, we know that soils have an enormous capacity to regulate the climate by storing carbon, and they present, after the oceans, the largest pool of carbon on Earth. And in the context of carbon sequestration, we mainly talk about planting trees, but in general, forests store about 2.5 times more carbon in soils than in tree biomass. So therefore, organic matter, soil organic matter plays an fundamental role in supporting soil fertility, retaining water, sustaining biodiversity, and regulating the global carbon cycle. And we will have to make sure that this will lead to sustainable soil management and protection measures. Now coming to the UNCCD, it is the only international legal instrument focusing specifically on the protection of land and soil, on dryland regions and desertification affected communities around the world. It aims at combating desertification, drought, land degradation, particularly in African countries. And the UNCCD has interpreted itself as the only international lead organization concerning land degradation neutrality. The convention might be a good starting point from my point of view for filling the legal gaps, especially with the protocol on the protection and sustainable use of soil, which doesn't exist yet, but which has been proposed by the IUCN World Commission on Environmental Law. So yeah, as a kind of intermediate conclusion, there are many positive approaches in existing international environmental law, but the mandate of international regimes and international organizations is limited. Although from my point of view, at least a protocol on soil under one of the existing conventions could be legally possible. I mean, our specialist group of WSL has presented some options for such a protocol, but maybe the time was not right for it yet. So let's keep the fingers crossed, or let's do our political work to influence these negotiations, if possible. Yeah, I would say, or maybe I would conclude, it's one of the major shortcomings in international environmental law that soils are still the poor cousins compared to air and to water legislation, especially in the field of biological and physical soil protection. They need to be addressed more comprehensively, and a common framework is needed dealing with all soil threats, in all facets. So maybe just this on the binding legal instruments on international level. And yeah, this is a long list of non-binding legal instruments on international level. They often serve as indicators of the increasing political awareness that soil threats need to be tackled, or maybe you could say as a benchmark in order to measure how far we have already progressed. These soft law instruments often act as essential steps and also in consensus building for later treaties. I mean, that is the hope we have. In order, the overview of this slide is just to show you the development in this field. And yeah, also on this slide, you can see from the listing and the content that there is an increasing recognition of the role of international environmental law to overcome the global problems of soil degradation. And you can also see that I mixed in some political statements like the African Consensus Statement, which led to the term land degradation neutral world, which we have as a new global ambition, or relatively new global ambition as SDG target 15.3. I'm sure you're all familiar with the SDGs, and therefore I would would like to mention SDG 15 and the text to halt and reverse land degradation. That's what I'm focusing on. And the according SDG target 15.3 to strive to achieve a land degradation neutral world. Yeah, maybe just a general remark before I come to the LDN target. The SDGs came into effect as part of the Agenda 2030 agenda in January 2007. And of course, they will guide the discussions over the next only 9 more years. Many more SDGs, therefore, I just put on this slide. And there's also another version of the SDG. Maybe you can, I hope you can just read it. It's very small, but in the soil protection and SDG 15, life on land is just in the middle. So one of the core, or maybe the core SDG, at least in the presentation I would like to give to you. Of course, there are other SDGs which refer to soil and land, like SDG 2, zero hunger, or 3, about healthy living and well-being, and also some which indirectly deal with soil and land, like SDG 6 on clean water, or 11 on sustainable cities, of course, climate change, and 14 on life below water. So we know all SDGs and targets are legally non-binding, but their acceptance by the UN General Assembly establishes at least a strong political commitment. Yeah, the LDN target, it's up to the member states, of course, to implement, or to the states to implement the SDGs in their own national targets according to their own national circumstances and their level of ambition, of course. And the LDN target, concerning this target, the UNCCD has initiated a large and very intense target setting program. Maybe just first, as a definition, what is LDN? Land degradation neutrality means a state whereby the amount and quality of soil resources necessary to support ecosystem services, ecosystem functions, services, and enhance food security remain stable or increase in a certain temporal and spatial scales. So it's about the balance of future degradation processes, which are unavoidable, and future restoration and rehabilitation measures. This must be equalized or brought to zero. Indicators are at the moment, I mean, we are just discussing better indicators. At the moment, it's land cover change, land productivity, and organic carbon in the soil. This last aspect has become more and more important in the last years. Achieving LDN in the conceptual framework of the UNCCD means to avoid, meaning degradation prevention, to reduce, meaning reduce the negative effects of an activity on the soil, and to reverse, meaning to restore or rehabilitate the soil degradation processes. And it's also interesting that this process includes an analytical assessment of the current legislation, whether it provides measures to avoid or to reduce soil degradation, and whether there are legal provisions to ensure that the losses or the anticipated losses are to be compensated by a project, for example. At the moment, most of, if not all, national legal systems do not foresee a complete compensation scheme for all the degradation processes, taking into account various drivers and soil threats. Evaluate the legal instruments on each level and identify and address the national gaps, the legal gaps in general. And I would like to come to the national gaps, or the national level in general. Of course, there are large differences between countries, sub-regions worldwide, and these diverse conditions and needs of soil protection should be taken into account as they require specific solutions on national level. The FAO Global Soil Partnership, which was established in 2011, they have at the beginning of this year launched a called SoilLex, which is a new global database on national soil legislation. And this would make it much more easier to find the sufficient or maybe kind of tailor-made soil protection instrument for each country. You can see from this slide, you can get an impression about the National Soil Acts. I just recently copied this or surfed this at the Soil Acts website, and I was really interested and astonished about that there are so many soil acts. I mean, the one of the Netherlands, by the way, is and yeah, this could be a start, or at least it's a very good start to talk about specific instruments. Currently, we have comprehensive environmental protection acts. We have environmental acts that have side effects on soils. We have land acts that deal with how to use the land. And we have seldomly special soil protection acts like these ones. Whether it's a specific or act or an inclusion into other provisions is not so important, but it's about the effectiveness, and that means about the implementation. I mean, there could be perfectly acts that are perfectly written, but in reality, there's nothing of them, or they are not used, or the implementation is really in a bad state. So it depends on the implementation. And what we did also in the last years, that we are about to to write model laws which could be used for certain as an initiative or as a model for other regions. And this is not an advertisement part to show you the International Yearbook on Soil Law and Policy, where I'm also editor. I'm one of the editors. I'm just kidding, because it's also voluntary work like we do in IUCN as well, and we all do. But it's to draw your attention on this kind of work, because in the series we have published already 5 books, and they all deal with workshops on soil protection law in Africa, in India, and regional examples for specific soil acts. It's really interesting to read, and maybe you are also interested in this, or maybe if you're interested in the soil protection law workshops in Africa and India, this could be a reference for you. But in general, on the regional level, there's also a number of binding instruments that refer to soils, and I would just like to mention here the revised African Convention for the Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources, and the ASEAN Agreement on the Protection of Nature and Natural Resources. And this agreement has an article, a specific article on soil, and we have recently held a workshop together with Ariel, maybe you know, the Asian Research Institute for Environmental Law. We have had a webinar on soil governance in Southeast Asia with about just an introductory workshop with about 100 participants. And there will be some detailed ones in next autumn, and maybe a little bit later also on other topics in this area of soil governance. Just some remarks. I know I already have 20 minutes over, so just some very quick remarks on the regional, current regional discussion at EU level on in the European Green Deal. I'm happy that Virginia has also talked about this a little bit, so I can just refer to her remarks about the biodiversity strategy, the farm to fork, and the climate law. And in terms of soil protection, the farm to fork strategy addresses soil protection with respect to the reduction of chemical pesticides, fertilizers, and decrease of nutrient losses. the biodiversity has the ambition to set a minimum of 30% of the EU's land area as protected areas, limit urban sprawl, reduce pesticides, bring back at least 10% of the agricultural area under high diversity landscape features, put forward 25% of the agricultural land is organically farmed, and progress, hopefully, in the remediation of contaminated sites. And the maintenance of wetlands and the enhancement of soil organic carbon are also addressed in the European climate law as part of the new regulation on LULUCF, land use change and forest. And there will be a new soil observatory also collecting relevant political data. So in a nutshell, from my point of view, because there's no specific soil protection directive proposed, the European Green Deal doesn't sufficiently mention soil, and above all, doesn't really improve its political and legal status. So the Commission carried out a consultation for the revised soil thematic strategy, and that was in April 2021. And yeah, we will see how the discussion will end up. There were many in favor of a soil protection or a soil protection framework directive. But of course, the same lobby influences, like in our last discussions on EU level concerning the draft framework directive. I have already talked about that at one of the GEIG conferences. Yeah, this situation hasn't changed since 2007, since the soil framework directive failed in the Environment Committee at the end of 2007. So that's the situation on regional level. And I would like to come to some future approaches. I know it's already 23 minutes. Matthew, I have the time in mind. Maybe just some very quick remarks. And I mean, it's about action on all levels, that's for sure. And I think it's always the topic or the matter to find the appropriate level, but we agree, I think, that we need action on all levels, because fertile soils are the precondition for sustainable development. And the food crisis has put the issue of soil on the international agenda, not for the first time, but in a different way than we have responded to hunger in the world over the last 50 years. We know that food insecurity is one of the most serious and frightening consequences of soil degradation and a important global concern, SDG 2. And yeah, in order to feed 9 billion people in the world, we will need maybe 70 to 100% greater food production from existing land. Some also say that the food production will need to double by mid-century. And this is really alarming. So the question is, how do we sustainably intensify the food production or the production of fuel, fiber, etc., to meet the demands of future generations without further exploiting the soil? Or to bring the discussion to a point and perhaps to present it a bit drastically, in view of the rapidly increasing loss of soil organic matter, how many harvests do we still have left? I hope that there is a wind of change, not because of the pandemic, but also the pandemic has already also changed a little bit our global and personal perspectives, not only because many of us started growing their salads in their balconies or in their gardens, but I think that yeah, it's getting more and more obvious that globalization has left a trace, and that it has revealed the vulnerability of our social, economic, ecological systems. I mean, this was long before Corona clear, but yeah, how could we ignore this for so long? It's a matter that we could also very quickly fall back into our old patterns in various respects. I mean, yesterday, Joe has very lively described the political implications and the need to stand together against setbacks so that the achievements of environmental law are not lost. And yeah, the pandemic has not only shown the limits of the healthcare system, but more in general revealed the global interdependence between society and nature and directed the focus on the bigger challenges of our time, especially the challenges, of course, of global warming and biodiversity loss, but also of land and soil degradation. So what we need, and this is almost the last slide, what we need is a new soil ethics in order to reserve or to achieve to save ecologically stable and healthy soils. Yeah, and in a deeper level, at a deeper level, I would like to remind you of the first presentation of this GEIG conference by Katie and Christiane, who talked about modern day colonialism and ecological integrity. And I especially agree with you, Katie, about how our soils and our souls are linked. I really like this parallel way of thinking very much. And yeah, we need to acknowledge the importance of land and soil for sustainability as a whole in our world. And soil integrity is one of the most basic and most neglected components of human culture in our global ecosystem. And yeah, I would like to finish my presentation with citing our dear colleague Ron Engel, who gave a presentation on, I think it was in 2007 in Iceland, where they celebrated the 100th anniversary of their Soil Protection Act. And he said, we and all other forms of terrestrial life are absolutely dependent upon soil. It may well be that the reluctance to appreciate the importance of soil in our lives is due to a reluctance to accept the full spiritual implications of our participation in this reality. If so, then a contribution that soil ethics can make to the Earth Covenant is to bring this reality to our consciousness and encourage the emergence of an evolutionary spirituality that can celebrate rather than deplore our Earth identity. These words of Ron have stayed in my mind for a long time, and therefore I wanted to share them with you. Thank you very much for your attention and for hosting this wonderful conference.
Well, a huge round of virtual applauses, I think, for Irene for her presentation, for finishing very much sharp. I almost didn't need to take out the red card. I think it was very much enlightening. I put one comment of mine already in the chat, since we are, of course, in falling short in time. I also seen a couple of questions, but perhaps I think we can move on and perhaps save the Q&A for later, so that we cannot, especially Laura, would not miss the further presentations. Okay, but thank you very much, Irene. I really much appreciate it, and I think we have a lot of things to talk about as a common interest. So following our program, I should now hand over to Pavel Kudlin from Czech Republic, a friend of GEIG for quite some time. I still remember him from Trieste 2 years ago. He works at the Czech Academy of Science, of course, the Global Change Research Institute, and his presentation will be on a comparison of Central Europe, and more specifically Czech Republic and South Europe in land degradation and desertification. So Pavel, the screen is yours for 30 minutes. And remember the red, yellow card rule.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm very glad to hear you and to see you partially online again after 2 years. I try to share my screen. Where is it?
Should be the red, so the green button at the very center
Yeah,
of the
green button.
dashboard there.
Yeah, but I don't know why, but I don't see my presentation. It's open on my screen, but I try it once more.
As last resort, Pavel, you can also send along the PowerPoint, and I can share it for you. Huh? Now we have it.
No.
It was there for a moment, Pavel.
I know technology has its problems,
Yes.
but
Yes,
I would
yes.
appreciate if you kept the time until 11, because while the rest of you is still connected, I'm not disconnecting, but it's my break from 11 to 2, and I would love to hear the last speaker as well, okay? So I just leave that in your hands, Matteo.
Yeah, we are striving for that. So thank you, Pavel,
Please.
and thank you, Eva, also for taking over. Pavel,
All
please.
right.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to acquaint you, as Matteo already mentioned, about our last results of our team of department and our colleagues from the Department of Geoinformatics, Faculty of Science, Palacký University Olomouc, with the assessment of land degradation in the Czech Republic using Environmental Sensitivity Assessment Index. Here you can see the content of my presentation, definition of degradation, certification, and environmental sensitivity assessment index method. Very briefly, I describe the data used for this assessment and which adaptation of this method was used for the Czech Republic. I show you very briefly the results of the assessment in the Czech Republic, and I tried to compare the situation in the Czech Republic and Middle Europe in general with Southern European countries. Very briefly, what we mean under the term land degradation. In general, according to our opinion, it is all processes which are leading to the decreasing of the soil fertility, of the favorable ability of soil, soil production capacity, we can say. And subsequently to the loss of wide range of ecosystem functions and services. Here in the left part, you can see these examples of this ecosystem function and services which are provided by soil. If this process of land degradation is proceeding, it's leading to the end of soil development, desertification, when loss is lost, maybe to the sand, maybe to the stones, but in any case, the production is over. Of course, the drivers of land degradation are acting in a complex. We can, of course, devise these stressors, soil conditions, climate conditions, but unfortunately, land use pressures is very often the main cause of land degradation. On the right side of this slide, you can see some results of assessment of Auters, Cosmas, and Basso about the desertification process in the South Europe and Middle Europe. The red color is the worst, almost desertification, and the green is without endangerment of the desertification process. You can see the Czech Republic and Poland and Ukraine and Romania is not so endangered in the comparison with the Mediterranean countries. Very briefly, what we select SI to assess the land degradation. It's relatively simple and rapid method. It's possible to use GIS approach and the different environmental layers. It's relatively, the results are stable and reliable, are validated in different field sites, and according to my opinion, it could be used as an early warning indicator of land degradation and desertification. What is the principle of this approach? It's assessment of different thematic groups, different characteristics of 4 thematic groups. Climate quality, in the bracket you can see exactly this individual items which are composing this thematic group. Soil quality is the most massively participated group. Vegetation quality, it's connected already with the planting, selection of planting agriculture plants. And the last is this human pressure, quality of management, intensity of agriculture and forestry management. All variables are transformed to the relative value from 0% is value 2 and 100% positive percent of this ability is the 0.1. For each variable is created by a map layer I will show you later. This computation of the total SI index is very simple. It's a geometric mean of these individual items in each layer, in each group, and afterwards the geometric mean of this 4 layer to create total SI value of index. Because we want really to assessment very in details the situation in the Czech Republic, we have to modify this method developed in Greece and Italy originally, really for the desertification process, because the desertification process in Czech Republic started only on very few special sites. We use this framework and almost all parameters. For example, we didn't take into account the fire risk because it's in the beginning the assessment of fire risk in Czech Republic is not big problems up to now, but it's starting to be. But we haven't data for this. We worked in much more detailed scale. As in South countries, they are using land use from Corine land cover. It's probably scale 1 to 100,000, but we were working on much detailed scale 1 to 10,000 for all our layers. Here you can see these 4 thematic groups, as I mentioned already, and here these individual items which are filling this. And here, this is a total index of our environmental sensitivity assessment index. Very briefly about data here, told already that all are in scale 1 to 10,000. And here is written the comparison with this data from South Europe, which were more not so much detailed, but it's not so important. Here you can see description of all issues, all characteristics, and the source of data and the scale of data. You can see that most of all are in scale 1 to 10,000. Some of them are in grid with 100 meter or 500 meter. Here you can see example of this roughness of data when Corina is using for these 3 parameters, and here differences when we are using our digital combined layer in scale 1 to 10,000. The most important modifications which we have to do was with the movement of some scales which wasn't ideally set for our Middle Europe condition. Here on the bottom of this slide, you can see the most important Czech cultural ecosystems, the spruce monocultures, irrigated arable land, mixed forest, planted mixed forest, agricultural land with some natural elements, and meadows and pastures. From this ecosystems, these are the most nature, but all are not so much nature. But we need to assess the conditions and scales, especially climatic conditions, to distinguish, especially on arable land, their endangerment. Therefore, we have to do some changes in scales. Here you can see on the right, you can see the scale of this annual mean rainfall according to this one of these Italian authors, Bazo et al. And you can see the score according to the precipitations. But unfortunately, we have to adapt this scale, because if we use these scales, we had we have practically all Czech Republic with the scale, with the optimal value 1, because most of precipitations are higher than 600. Only very few are for 500. But in Italy, it's really very good value. For us, it's not good value. Here you can see how we postpone this scale. And of course, that is it reflected in the possibility of comparison of the results, as I show you. The same is in hereditary index. We have to use another one for Middle European conditions. We also define some category: vegetation quality, erosion protection, and drought resistance, and parent materials. Of course, we haven't the parent materials which are Mediterranean, or we have calcareous, but it's minority. We have another parent material, and so on. Here, some results from Czech Republic. Here you can see the Czech Republic layer for all environmental parameters. Here, this green has the same scale as in Mediterranean countries. This with blue mark, they were moved from the reason I explained. You can see this red color means that these characteristics are the non-favorable values of this parameter is prevailing over the Czech Republic. Here you can see results of this 4 thematic groups: land management quality, vegetation quality. You can see it's not very good because the high values are very often. Climate quality also partially is not favorable. Soil quality is relatively distributed homogeneously during all our country. Here you can see the phenol pesticide index the worst value are in the agriculture areas. Here, and of course in big towns it's Prague. But I think that more interesting is this partial values of individual thematic groups or individual issues. Here you can see the results of different categories for all categories of issues of these thematic groups. You can see that the most widespread category is moderately critical areas with relatively bad value. I told you that the 2 is the worst situation. It means that 1/3 of our territory is seriously endangered, and 11% of our territory, or 12%, or 11% is really very highly critical endangered. And now concerning the comparison. Here you can see the rough comparison with the Greece and Italy, typical Mediterranean countries, where the environmental sensitivity assessment index was developed. You can see that these values from Italy, for example, are similar as in Czech Republic. I explain you why. Here only is the map lawyer from another work of the Pervali, who compared different South and Eastern European countries concerning environmental sensitivity assessment index. You can see that the worst situation is in Spain, partially in Italy, partially in Greece. According to his results, not situation in Bulgaria isn't also the best. And now we can compare all this country according to the work of Pravali with Czech Republic. All these countries were compared by the one comparable method. Therefore, we can see that, as I told already, the Spain is the worst according to this computation. Greece is not very good. Italy, also Bulgaria. But you can see that Czech Republic is practically also in that situation. Only Spain is in this relative endangerment is worse than Czech Republic. The reason is, as I told you already, that our computation express the relative endangerment of Czech Republic. It means that really, as I told you already, 1/3 of Czech Republic is endangered concerning land degradation and loss of soil fertility. But in this another countries, according to another set of environment values, these countries, these values, where you can see this relatively high endangerment, this color, it's endangerment to desertification already, not only to the degradation of fertility, but to the loss of soil. Therefore, it's not possible, this our computation to compare, but as you will see, the conclusion is that that not only Mediterranean countries, but also the Czech Republic, for example, and I'm afraid that also another Middle European countries are seriously endangered from the point of view of the loss of soil fertility. Here there are some conclusions of I already mentioned. that we modified the method for check condition. The risk of land degradation, according to this method, is very high. Similarly, as is very high the risk of desertification in Mediterranean country. And here is explained already the problems of this comparison, as I explain you in details. And the last point of conclusions is that in conditions of ongoing climate change, this current trends of prolonged droughts and degradation will be growing threat for the Czech Republic. And as the last slide, I would like to show you the comparison of percentage of time of drought episodes. Comparison with the so-called old climate normal. This means the mean climatic means from 1961 to 1990, compared with the practically present situation from 1990 to 2014. Here you can see the difference map, and you can see that on the big area of Czech Republic, this frequency of drought episodes increased from 5 to 10%, and the temperature increased from this situation till 1990 in Czech Republic in mean about 1%, and we can consider that this one degree Celsius temperature increase is equivalent to the increasing evapotranspiration by 20 to 30 millimeters. This is the situation and trend which is for future not very perspective. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks a lot to you, Pavel, for this, again, very insightful presentation. A lot of thoughts, actually. Some of them I already put in the chat. I see some discussion as well. I will hand over very quickly then to Alicia Epstein. Yeah, already there. Perfect. Thank you very much, Alicia. I think we all know you basically from the previous meeting. She works at the Brandenburgische Technische Universität Cottbus. She was visiting scholar at Auckland University and also PhD at the University of Leeds. The topic, you can see it in the screen. Incremental reform of the common agricultural policy. Is the European Union rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic? Well, I hope that we will not end with a tragic note. Alicia, the screen is yours until 5.
Thank you. Am I good then with sharing my screen? Everything is in order. You can, let's see if I can. Yes, you can see my screen? Yes. Great. Yes. So thank you very much for that. I would like to just start by thanking, of course, the organizers, to Jeff, to Kathy, to Laura. Thank you for putting together this this conference, even in these challenging times. I think it's so important, the work that you and everyone here does. So I'm very grateful to be a part of this. Sorry we can't see you, Laura. This is always a highlight for me, seeing you at the conferences, but I look forward to hopefully seeing you next year. Yes, in my talk today, I basically want to go back and pick up where I left off in Trieste 2 years ago. And the reason for this is that the Common Agricultural Policy has been undergoing a reform process over the past few years. And when we were in Trieste 2 years ago, the main outcome of this process at the time was the publication of the Commission's legislative proposals, the legal proposals for CAP reform. And this was what I analyzed in our last at our last conference and in the subsequent publication that followed. I analyzed the environmental implications of these legislative proposals. But now 2 years on, we have some further developments. These proposals were submitted to the main legislative institutions of the EU, that is to the European Parliament and the Council, who since both adopted quite controversial negotiating positions, and have tabled some very important, though quite tragic, as I will explain, amendments to the proposals that I discussed 2 years ago. And it just actually happens. I was getting a bit nervous before the conference that I wouldn't have much to talk about because these negotiations have capsized several times. In the latest in May, they grinded to a halt. But as luck would have it, the final deal on CAP reform was reached on Friday. Friday afternoon, I got a notification, and this was green-lighted yesterday by the European Parliament. So this is all entirely fresh. I've hardly had time to make sense of it on my own, but hopefully this will still make some sense and be of some relevance. So just to give you an overview of my talk, it's roughly divided into 4 parts. And I will definitely try not just to stay on within the time, but I will hopefully also be able to finish maybe even earlier so that we don't keep Laura. So first, I will just briefly discuss the CAP and the environmental impacts of the EU's Common Agricultural Policy. I will then discuss how we might be able to redefine the role of the CAP so that it works for ecological integrity, that it provides governance structures that work for ecological integrity. And thirdly, I would look in a bit more detail at the CAP reform, the outcomes of the CAP reform that, like I said, were just finalized on Friday. And lastly, I will just share with you some concluding remarks regarding the outcomes of this CAP reform. So to start with then, the environmental impacts of the European agricultural policy. Why is this such an important policy from an environmental perspective? Well, on the one hand, I would argue, as I have done before, that it is perhaps the most environmentally impactful of the EU policies. On the one hand, I would say that this is because of its sheer territorial scope. Right, almost half of Europe, half of the European territory is categorized as agricultural land, and most of this land benefits from CAP subsidies in one way or another, and is therefore subject to the legal framework of the Common Agricultural Policy. The second reason that I would argue that it's such an important policy from an environmental perspective is the sheer financial might of the Common Agricultural Policy. It is and has always been the largest spending item in the European budget. At its height in the 1980s, the Common Agricultural Policy consumed roughly 3/4 of the entire, what was then the budget of the European communities. And it's this historical structure of CAP funding that has really been detrimental from an environmental perspective, if you will, because the structure of CAP funding has incentivized and encouraged intensification. And I'm not going to provide like a whole historical review of the CAP, but just to provide some background, especially for people who may not be from Europe. The CAP, of course, was introduced following the Second World War and was included as an important part of the Treaty of Rome and started to become operational in the early 60s. And basically, the CAP provided or has historically provided coupled income support to producers. And what this meant was that, what this meant was that basically farmers would be paid for would receive a fixed price for their produce, whether it was whether there was a market demand or not. Right. So during the 60s, 70s, and 80s, this this coupled support that was made available to farmers really incentivized the creation of larger and larger farms. On top of that, this income support, the coupled support, was paid out with virtually no environmental conditions attached, and even provided subsidies for farmers who engaged in really environmentally taxing forms of productions. So this, of course, has not only had environmental impacts, but the creation, for instance, of larger and larger farms has, of course, also had impacts, social and economic impacts. That's beyond the scope of my analysis, but it's still something that's worth mentioning. And so, of course, because of all of the environmental problems created by the CAP, created by intensification, the CAP has slowly over the years moved to address some of these fortunate outcomes. And since the early 90s, the CAP has moved towards decoupled income subsidies. And decoupled simply means that farmers are no longer being paid for the quantity of food they produced, rather they are paid for area upon which they farm. So we have a move towards area-based payments, which of course favors them large landowners to the detriment of small and medium-sized farming entities. And since the early 90s, there's also been attempts to integrate environmental conditions to direct payments, but there has been only limited success as a result of this integration. If we look at the, just following here on the economic impact of the CAP, if we look at the 2013 budget, so the 2013 to 2020 budget, because of course the CAP's, the EU's budget runs along seven-yearly cycles. And the last multi-annual financial framework gave the CAP a share of 37.8% of the entire CAP budget. So although it's a reduction of the 75% high that we had in the 80s, again, it's still the largest budget item as part of the European multi-annual financial framework. And importantly, 75% of all of the CAP budget is still devoted to direct payments. So about 30% of the total EU budget is devoted to direct income payments to farmers. And although, as I mentioned, there have been the introduction of environmental conditions, in the last budget period, we had the introduction of 3 so-called greening measures, which I have written about in earlier publications. These have had very limited environmental success. And looking at the latest budget, the current European budget, which is running from 2021 to 2027, the CAP again remains the largest spending item. And out of the 2 trillion euros that makes up the entire EU budget, 386 billion, approximately 386 billion of these are spent on agriculture, more specifically on the common agricultural policy. However, if you look in the budget for a heading for agriculture, this doesn't exist. Right? The European Commission has very I don't know if it's smart. I think it's a bit cheeky, but they have renamed the title Natural Resources and the Environment. So spending on the CAP is classified as spending on natural resources and the environment. And again, I think this is very misleading because 290 billion of the CAP budget is currently being used for direct payments. And like I said, it's quite difficult to see how direct income payments can be seen as being can represent spending on natural resources and the environment, but perhaps that is to be left for another discussion. So according to the Commission, the EU budget, the current EU budget, will be a driver of sustainability, investing in sustainable agriculture and maritime sectors, along with climate action, environmental protection, food security, and rural development. I would say that all sounds very good, but as we probably all know from past experience, you know, things can sound good doesn't mean that that's the way in reality, because the reality on the ground suggests that current modes of land use and land management practices are largely unsustainable and are currently not on track to meet EU targets and objectives relating to climate, environment, nutrition, and health. Right, so for the Commission to realize their ambitions of a sustainable, of a budget that contributes to sustainable agriculture, I think there's a lot that needs to be done. And I won't go through a long list of examples of the environmental effects of the CAP, but I will just mention a couple that have recently come up in the literature. So agricultural emissions from greenhouse gases are currently rising, and member state projections to 2030 show little signs of improvement. In particular, rising ammonia emissions pose a challenge for meeting air pollution limits, and this is of course the opposite direction that we want to be going in if we look at the objectives of the Green Deal, just to take one example. Deteriorating soil health and quality. We've heard, gotten great information on this in the past, in the previous talks, so I won't dwell on this. Of course, biodiversity our agriculture has a major impact on the loss of biodiversity in Europe. The main leading cause of the loss of biodiversity being the loss of habitat due to intensive farm practices and land management practices. And as recently as last week, the Court of Auditors published a report where it's claimed that despite the integration of environmental conditions under the Common Agricultural Policy, these have not contributed to halting the decline of biodiversity. Also, high levels of pesticide use remain a problem in European high-intensity systems, as well as the use of fertilizers, and the gross nitrogen balance, even though it improved somewhat between 2000 and the year 2010, there has been no further improvements up to the year 2015. And this is, of course, very worrying because we started at an extremely high baseline. And I would also just want to mention that although it's sort of beyond the scope of the present paper, I think it's also important to acknowledge that the environmental impacts and the impacts in general of the Common Agricultural Policy go way beyond the European Union. Right, the structure of the Common Agricultural Policy and the payments thereunder have really quite significant external impacts. As I spoke quite extensively about in Trieste, the Common Agricultural Policy and European agriculture in general has really contributed to some of the worst ecological impacts that we are now experiencing at a global level. So EU agriculture has contributed heavily to reaching all the tipping points identified by the Planetary Boundaries Framework. This includes the disruption of global biochemical cycles, primarily due to the historically high levels of use of nitrogen and phosphorus, again, as part of our high intensity farming systems. EU agriculture has also contributed significantly to climate change. 53% of the EU's methane emissions stem from agriculture. And a third of the global, as we already heard, a third of the global greenhouse gas emissions stem from the food system. Apart from these ecological impacts, subsidizing the cost of production in Europe also undermines global competition, right? There are implications for local farmers and food producers. There are many examples of this, but they're often in relation to animal products. So for instance, because the EU subsidizes our farmers, they are able to produce foods at a cost that is not, doesn't reflect market value. And when we have excess production, we simply dump it on the world market. This means that, like I said, local farmers find it very difficult to compete even in their own local markets because of the import of cheap European food that's been heavily subsidized. And I would also just mention the issue of land grabbing, because this is an issue that I would really hope to engage with more in the future in my own research, because it's something that is just likely to become more and more of an intense issue. And where I relate this to the CAP is that the environmental degradation that has taken place as a result of agricultural land use and management practices in the EU has really undermined the long-term productivity of agricultural lands in Europe. And this expected loss over time has sparked European countries and other developed countries to basically secure land and holdings in developing countries, especially in Africa. So again, sort of in a reaction to the expected loss of productivity in Europe, European investors are looking outwards to secure fertile land, and this, of course, brings with it a whole range of ethical and moral problems, because this is a new form of colonialism, right? And it undermines the ability of local and native populations to benefit from food production and agricultural activity, many times on their own traditional lands. So like I said, this is just something that I think it's to give a full picture of the impacts of the CAP. I think it's important to look at external impacts. So just some interim conclusions here. That environmental integration has not been sufficient to halt harmful trends, and crucial tipping points have already been reached. In the long term, this undermines the ability of the EU to meet its long-term environmental objectives, for instance, those relating to the Paris Agreement and the Green Deal. And of course, it also undermines the long-term productive capacity of European lands and soils, which have a direct impact on food security. So in short, the EU's incremental approach to reform needs to be replaced by fundamental reform of the CAP in order to address environmental challenges. And this involves resetting the policy, in my view, and defining a new rationale in order for the CAP to maintain its relevance. So redefining the role of the CAP, I think this means really taking a hard look at what the purpose of agriculture is, right? And the purpose of the common agricultural policy is to ensure food security for EU citizens. This is stated in the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union, and it really requires that the CAP maintains high level of production at affordable prices. But as I've already pointed out, this has been achieved by short-term gains with high environmental costs. So the high yields that we currently experience in Europe, they come as a result of chemical inputs. And this undermines long-term productivity and food security. And on top of that, the planetary boundaries framework suggests that current pathways are only likely to increase significant risks and serious challenges to food security. So we really need to rethink the role and objectives of the CAP. And I would argue that ecological integrity has to be approached as the primary objective of agricultural policy and long-term food security. This is something that I've argued since I wrote my thesis some years ago. And it basically means that the EU needs to, on the one hand, reduce the ecological pressures of agricultural sectors, but it also needs to actively protect the integrity of ecological systems. This means, amongst other things, it includes harnessing biological processes and cycles, including moving away from harmful synthetic and chemical inputs. Right, so instead of manipulating biological processes and cycles, we need to harness them. And it's also then important to be honest about what this means, because it does mean, according to all the calculations that I've seen, conducted by proper scientists, as to distinguish myself from proper scientists, according to research, this is more than likely going to mean that we need less intensive forms of production, and this will reduce the productivity of European agriculture. Right, if we have a very high levels of productivity in Europe because of the chemical inputs. So if we remove chemical inputs, we are expected to see reduced productivity. And I think this, like I said, this is important because it gives a fuller picture. It's not just about the environmental impacts, but the environmental impacts and addressing the environmental impacts also have socioeconomic implications that are very real for not just farmers, but also rural communities. And in extension to that, it has obviously also implications for society at large. So I think we have to really be honest about this, and we have to prepare for the fact that less farm income means real social challenges for rural communities. And in order to counteract that, we have to offer viable alternatives and opportunities to boost farm incomes. And some of these opportunities are very likely to stem from the bioeconomy. So the bioeconomy is providing new opportunities for farmers, and it's necessary to provide farmers with the tools to adapt and benefit from these opportunities. And so I would look at this as a form of societal investment. To address, like I said, these socioeconomic problems that will stem from reduced productivity. So
sorry,
as I've argued,
I will have to ask you to wrap up because we are at 5 p.m., 11 a.m., if I'm not mistaken, in Canada. So red card for you.
I'm sorry?
Red card for you. Wrap up,
red
please.
card. Oh, that's really a red card. I haven't gotten anywhere. Okay, I guess I will have to save most of this then for my for the paper. But just looking at the reform that was agreed now, I would say it's very much a disappointment, because we have the proposals that were delivered by the Commission. They were already criticized by many NGOs, including people like Greta Thunberg, and yet they were diminished by the European Parliament and the Council. So really what we have, the outcome of the current CAP reform, is that the initial proposals were watered down and made almost entirely ineffective by the Parliament and the Council, which means that the Commission is coming out of this as the Green leader. I'm very sorry that I have not gotten further along. I will just leave it there then, because I have missed the plot.
May I ask you something? Please, next time you join us, do speak about land grabbing. I think it's a very, very important issue, and I am happy to hear you say that you want to work on it.
Great.
Okay?
Great, that will be, for me, a good push to get into a slightly new area for me and out of my comfort zone, so thank you.
Thank you.
My turn to thank you, Alicia. I'm sorry for cutting you off earlier. It is actually my fault in the first place, or technology's fault, but actually I wouldn't blame it on the technology. I think you made a lot of interesting points. I think the CAP is definitely the shady, the shady side of the EU, right? We are getting Europe greener, we are getting Europe carbon neutral, getting Europe a lot of things. But at the same time, we are securing interests and even property rights, I would say, of farmers, which of course are important to sustain our economy and our society. But at the same point, they are not doing charity. So I think the CAP has been heavily criticized, and rightly so. And I also think that the CAP has been quite marginalized in the context of the Green Deal. But of course, this kind of discourse could lead us very, very far off. So thank you to all of you for the great talks today. I will just keep a couple of minutes. I know Laura has got to go, but perhaps if we can stick for a couple of minutes for a couple of questions that I see in the chat, unless you have addressed it already through the chat. I'm skimming through the chat here. I think, Irene, we have one very clear for you. What is soil sealing? Please, Irene, if you want to take on this, I think it's Kate, you asked that.
Soil sealing, I know that this expression doesn't exist in all languages, or I mean, it's English, but there are some different terms used. Soil sealing in the EU context means that you cover the surface, and it's in the field of construction and building activity, so that there is no soil left. That means soil sealing.
It's something we are kind of even proud of in Italy, unfortunately, of covering it all up with concrete. I'm skimming through. Then I got questions also for Pavel, basically, and I was wondering whether this ESAI system was for by any chance taken up by the Czech government or by any environmental protection agency in Czech Republic, because it seemed to me very much promising in terms of addressing different functions and pressures of soil altogether. So I was wondering whether this research of yours would have any policy input, so to speak.
Thank you for your question. Of course, that when we started to work on these concepts 1 year ago about, we did it from the perspective to apply this somehow and to offer this to our Minister of Environment, for example. We finished obtaining results, and fortunately obtain now the better clauses, or better, maybe more practical, to apply it not only for Minister of Life Environment, which is chronically criticized the intensive agriculture of Ministry of Agriculture or farmers, or especially big farmers and cooperatives, but directly to the Ministry of Agriculture. It was such a lucky accident that our institute obtained big institutional projects or ministry projects from Agriculture, Minister of Agriculture. I must admit that it wasn't from the activity of Ministry of Agriculture, it was still from government, but it happened so. And into this project for about 200,000 euros or something. So we also were successful to include this SI assessment for the Republic. I didn't mention because I thought that it's not so interesting for you, but we counted this SI assessment for the whole municipality with the increased governance. It means 203 such municipalities in the Czech Republic. So it's something less than districts, but such independent areas. Okay. Because these results are not functional, are not applicable when they are general for whole republic or something. So it must be as much site conditioned as possible. Therefore, I explain you that we used the most detailed lawyered ground data, 1 to 10,000 as was possible to obtain. Therefore, now I can say you that we are now working on this recommendations for Minister of Agriculture. It should be finished till the end of this year. And during the next conference, I will tell you if it was successful and this application and if somebody noticed it or not.
So maybe ending perhaps next year. And another question from Olszolia to Irene. How do you evaluate the future of no-till farming in the EU? Easy one.
Easy one would be to say no chance. No, I wouldn't go that far. Maybe also Alicia could add something to my remark. I mean, it's getting more and more difficult, of course, to have no-till farming, but I mean, it will also depend on the future CAP and the links of the farm to fork strategy and the future CAP. I mean, if it has been decided some days ago, okay, but we will see how the regulation will look like afterwards and how they will really define the possibility, the possible agriculture. I mean, Matteo, you said it's easy to answer. Maybe you have a different answer, but
was just euphemistic.
But easy. On how soil erosion will be tackled, or how whether there are some special. I mean, the soil strategy and this maybe a directive. They haven't really agreed on that, and I'm still hoping that there might be a chance to switch this this view on this topic. At least we can try, of course, to influence and to come to a real sustainable soil management, including all methods to keep soils healthy and to tackle all soil threats.
Right. And Alicia, do you have any follow-up thoughts on that?
No, I mean, there's slight. The Commission has tried to encourage, for instance, cover crops as a means of, like, that might be one way of discouraging no-till farming, but until now these are voluntary measures. So unless there's a greater uptake or they become mandatory, yes, I think it's difficult to see that anytime soon, unfortunately. Well, thank you very much to you all. I will just then wrap up with quoting Virginia in the chat. Are we going to talk about farmers or landowners? I think the presentation of today have highlighted that need for us, I think, as human beings, as bearers of duties and rights, to understand whether we want still to be the landlords, indeed,
or we want to strive together to keep our poor cousins, our soils and our lands in their own integrity. We are using technologies to boost crops yields with several risks and downfalls that Virginia has explained. We have some issues of how we ethically relate to soils, as Irene explained, which are not addressed at all in the legislation. We have remarkable loopholes in the knowledge about how land is subject to degradation, and Pavel has explained it very clearly within the European context. And last, of course, we have a lot of blind spots in the European policies related to how we deal with farming from an environmental and climate perspective. So a long way to go. And today we have pinpointed some angles of it. So my pleasure to have hosted, although with a delay, for which I still apologize. And I think we can indeed wrap up and we can reconvene in, I think, 3 hours or so with, I guess, my talk. So I guess for me, it's all. We can wrap up. I don't know, Katie, if you have to stop the recording, but I think I can close this session and thank you all once again for partaking.
This topic is ecological integrity and climate governance. Well, this is such an important subject in our time. Why is democracy not working is another way of saying that. Okay. So each speaker will be given 30 minutes. I will give a 5-minute warning and a 2-minute warning. And so you're supposed to only take 20 minutes. That's right. So you have time for questions at the end.
Yeah, it's up to them how they use their time, but
Okay.
the more time they leave, the more there is for
Okay,
Q&A,
right.
of course.
Okay. Okay, so will each person give their name and also their affiliation? I think you want a 1 sentence on their affiliation. When we write bad things about what you say, we want to know where your institution is. Okay. Okay, so the first is Matteo, who I haven't seen in a while. Good to see you, Matteo.
Good to see you, Don. Still good memories of the all good times when we could actually talk in person. And good to reconvene online here. Should I start my PowerPoint?
Please.
Yeah. There we go. You see it?
Yes, you're good.
I'm good. Okay, good to go. So again, Matteo Vermeglia, Assistant Professor of International European Environmental Law, Hasselt University, Flanders, Belgium. So the topic of my talk today will fit into the panel topic, broader topic of climate governance. And as long as it analyzes a very niche issue that I come across some years ago, and I've tried to, let's say, harvest over the years because it kind of matches another soul of mine, which is quite sporty. By the way, I'm very sad about all the Germans in the room for what happened at Wembley right some minutes ago in the European Championships. But whatever, what I'm going to talk about today is about the role of international sport organizations in relation to the organization of large-scale sports events. You can imagine how much impactful large-scale sports events can be. Of course, the rumors around FIFA World Cup, so the World Championship for football, and of course the Olympic Games as the largest sports events worldwide are always on the table regarding other issues, perhaps like corruption or like violation of human rights, as it's definitely the case for the upcoming World Cup in Qatar in 2022. But of course, I don't want to touch upon that here. I would like to understand with you whether and how mainly two organizations, so the Fédération Internationale de Football, so FIFA, and the International Olympic Committee, are to some extent some players in the international climate change governance arena, and how they do that. My claim is that they actually are part of the international climate governance, although in a very peculiar way. And I will try to explain today what are the instruments that they can deploy to steer climate governance, also in light of evidence from, of course, past mega sporting events. So, of course, the title of my presentation draws from the famous sentence and statement by Avery Brundage in 1972. However, I would like to change the title of my presentation now from "The show must go on" to "The show must be green." Must the show be green? Here in 1972, we had, of course, the very, very striking image of the massacre and the 11 Israeli athletes being basically slaughtered. But when this happened, the show must go on. However, the question is how should this show go on? Should this go on in a very green and sustainable way, also from a standpoint of greenhouse gases emissions? Well, this is not how I see the show going green as the diving pools in Rio 2016. This is a picture that was taken by Tom Daley, a British diver. So basically, in this case, the whole championship competition was stopped because of some pollution in the actual diving pool. This is not what we claim, or what I should claim, by greening the games. In fact, jokes apart from Tom Daley, what I would like to address today is indeed, first of all, the legal nature of IOC and FIFA, and how environment and climate concerns came about within the broader framework of their own policy. And next, what are the legal instruments that both organizations deploy to make sure, to some extent, that environmental protection and climate protection is taken into due consideration when organizing the Olympic Games and the FIFA World Cup. With some delving into some case studies in Beijing, in Sochi, and in Rio de Janeiro, to understand actually what were the impacts on the ground of such instruments. And last, with a final, let's say, helicopter view on some elements that lead me to the conclusion that actually IOC and FIFA are developing some kind of governance tools here. So first of all, to frame the context, what are IOC and FIFA? They are very powerful organizations, okay? They manage a lot of money, mostly coming from the private sector, not necessarily from good guys. But in practice and legally speaking, most importantly, what they both are, they are private bodies. They are deemed as associations under Swiss law. So they operate under Swiss law, and they, let's say, the rules they gave themselves as a fundamental rules are basically the FIFA statutes and the Olympic Charter. I think everybody knows about the Olympic Charter, which is more like an array of values rather than a kind of set of rules. However, some of them can be quite understood as binding rules for, of course, the Olympic, the IOC institutions, but also for all the members, all the states that are party to the IOC through their own national Olympic committees. So they bind, let's say, all the states that are parties to the broader framework of the International Olympic Committee. And you can see here Rule 15 of the Olympic Charter and Article 1 of the FIFA statutes, which clarify what is the legal status for these of these bodies. So we are talking about private entities here, private entities that manage a lot of money, private entities that have the ownership of the Olympic Games and the FIFA World Cup, not to mention all the other, let's say, not less important events that are organized under their umbrella. I think this is important from the climate governance perspective, because I could hardly see a private body detaining such an economic and political power within the sphere of climate governance. This is a very peculiar situation we are finding here. And when I first read through the statutes and the Olympic Charter, I was very struck to understand. I could really grasp from the beginning, but I was really struck to understand that we are talking about basically fully private bodies. So starting from the Olympic Charter and the environment. The environment was not there in the first place in the Olympic Charter, although it became part of the Olympic Charter in the late 80s. when Rule 2 was amended, including the protection of the environment as one of the pillars of the, let's say, Olympic spirit, what we could call, let's say, the very backbone of the whole, let's say, approach of the IOC towards their own activities. So now we could say that sustainable development and environmental protection is officially part of the policies of the IOC, but it was not the case until the 80s. This recognition, this acknowledgement was then translated into operational, let's say, solutions by member states. First in Lillehammer in 1994, when first environmental considerations were taken into account and assessed when approving, for instance, facilities and the whole planning of the Olympic game. This led step by step to the very first green game, which was Sydney 2000, where we could finally have an environmental impact assessment, quite comprehensive, of all the aspects of the game. I'm really summing up, of course, the whole story here, but this is important to frame the context, I say. As for FIFA, well, FIFA developed an important initiative in 2006, which was called Green Goal, in the German World Cup, which Italy won, by the way, and which was very much aimed to assess carbon footprint of all the activities and all the infrastructures within the organization of the FIFA World Cup. So basically all the stadiums and related infrastructures. This led to a more comprehensive initiative in 2013, the FIFA Football for the Planet initiative, which is, again, more giving a framework to a set of initiatives also within, let's say, the more international sphere of FIFA to pursue sustainable development and abatement of GHG emissions. As for the IOC, we have the Olympic Agenda 2020, which draws from, of course, the the Agenda 21 of the United Nations back in the day. And before that, of course, we had the Olympic Movement's Agenda 21. So we could see through the 80s and the 90s, let's say, an alignment between FIFA and IOC policies and the international, let's say, developments on sustainable development. So everything was channeled to include sustainability in the games, at least on paper, okay? What are the legal instruments to make sure that this happens in practice? Well, I'll try to go very quickly through that. First of all, we have the selection criteria for the city, the host city, or the host country of the games. Secondly, we have a contract which is signed between either the, let's say, selected city or selected country and the IOC and FIFA. These are, of course, binding commitments, although always, of course, entailed in a private agreement, right? Private contract. And last, of course, some instruments of monitoring and enforcement, which are in the hands of the IOC and FIFA. With regard to a selection criteria for IOC, here we could see a different procedure from 2020 onwards, not for this very Olympic Games, which is starting in a couple of weeks, but for the next one, which will be held in Paris, 2024. The main difference here is that as compared to the previous selection criteria or selection procedure, now we have a more, let's say, comprehensive and far-reaching approach. So the, let's say, the candidate cities should come up with long-term development plans. The procedure is way more complex, is framed in 3 stages, and is based also on a preliminary open invitation phase. So for every step in the way, candidate cities should increasingly, and in further details, describe how they want to handle environmental and climate impacts, also in terms of greenhouse gases emissions, so also in terms of analyzing carbon footprint. This was not the case before 2020, because before 2020, the approach was completely different and was based on questionnaires where environmental considerations, let's say, were merely touched upon. There was an issue related to environmental planning, impact assessment, civil society involvement, and that was it. Now, cities, let's say Paris for 2024, had to come up with a long-term plan, also ensuring and answering the so-called legacy question. So what to do with the infrastructures when the games are over. I still remember visiting Greece in 2006, I think, or so, and still seeing this, you know, remains basically of the whole infrastructures of the Olympic Games, which were held in Athens, completely abandoned, right? So this is an issue, and this is being clearly addressed by the IOC. And I also put here the carbon management strategy, which is part of the long-term development plans of the games. So you can see also here quite an increase in ambition, at least on paper again. I stress that on paper by the IOC in making the states taking action and making clear what are the short, medium, and long-term impacts of the games. When it comes to FIFA, though, the situation is a little bit more blurred, if not less transparent, I would say. The selection of the, let's say, hosting country here, not hosting city, is mostly left to the internal bodies of FIFA, with a procedure which is, at least until 2020, was not transparent at all. And it also led to some major corruption scandal, as many of you have maybe heard. In any event, what matters here is that once the country is selected after the votes of the FIFA delegates, they enter in what is called the bid book, which is again basically a kind of a long agreement, very, very detailed agreement with FIFA, according to Article 43 and 60 of the FIFA statutes that also deal with environmental protection under these 7 elements. So they contain, let's say, an obligation for the selected country to come up with an environmental protection plan under these 7 elements that you see in these slides. Climate change is mentioned in a very broader sense, although of course one can imagine, and looking at the bid books that have been signed so far, that climate change is of course embedded throughout the other 6 elements. So energy consumption, transportation, of course procurement, construction. You see that of course climate change is cross-cutting here. There is also, as related to the Football for the Planet initiative, the obligation for all states to engage in some projects of carbon offsetting. So make sure that greenhouse gases emissions in general from the organization of the games are offset. And at least on paper again, there should be some standards in terms of ensuring waste reduction and energy efficiency with regard to all infrastructures where the games will, or the football matches will be held. For IOC, and talking about the second point, the contract here, we enter into, let's say, the host city contract, which is, as I put here, the constructural foundation of the delegation of responsibility and transfer of risk. Again, IOC is owner of the games, and they delegate responsibility to the states. In this regard, it is also responsibility of the state to ensure that the games are held in accordance, let's say, or pursuing the aims of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, all of them, including, of course, number 13. And in this regard, what is requested is the development of a sustainability strategy, which will build on the long-term development strategy submitted in the selection process, the selection phase. And again, I put here the carbon management plan, which is, of course, drawing from the one already submitted in the selection phase. And the Olympic Legacy Plan, which is a new feature, let's say from 2020 onwards, which again deals with the legacy question. So how you would like to aim to address the potential future impacts of the games. There is another contract, as I mentioned, also for FIFA, which is the host city agreement. So the bid book is the general, let's say, framework agreement with the FIFA and the host state, whereas the host city agreement is more detailed and is related to every city that will host games under the within, the expected framework of the World Cup. And here you can see clearly from the quotation, this is a standard contract, right? There is nothing that comes out of the blue. There is this obligation to ensure that the environment is not impacted or the impacts are minimized. Sustainable development is embedded in everything, basically. There is public consultation in everything you are doing. I don't think Qatar is doing that. And of course, there is coherence with other initiatives, not only FIFA initiatives, so not only private initiatives, but also, for instance, the Climate Neutral Now initiative under the UNFCCC, which is a broader, let's say, case containing a lot of private actors. And I will argue, although I haven't seen the latest host city agreement, because they are actually very hard to find, but they could include also other, let's say, public-private initiative by the UNFCCC that are linked to the Paris Agreement. So there is this, let's say, aim, at least, to break through the current initiatives to reduce greenhouse gases emissions, also at the international level. When it comes to monitoring and enforcing, then there is a very complex governance setup here. what I can tell is both in the IOC and in the FIFA setup, usually what we have is either a coordination commission for the IOC or a sustainability steering team that will conduct, on-site visits, working groups, post-games analysis, and regularly reporting from the very day in which the games are granted, are assigned to the very end of the game. So there should be, ideally, a regular reporting with the aim to make sure that, of course, the obligations and pledges made by host cities and host countries are respected. However, what we can say also is that despite this, in theory, again, on paper, very pervasive powers of these bodies, because again, IOC and FIFA are owners of the game, so they can retain possession of the game at any time in case of breach of contract or in case of breach of the bid book, for instance, for FIFA. Still, what we can say is that this, let's say, enforcement power that you can see here, that basically result in the termination of the agreement, the host city contract, for instance, in the request for damages in case this actually happens. This might be the case, of course, if the game is the Olympic Games are cancelled or are transferred to another city or another country. This is also possible. However, this has never happened before. There is, of course, a joint and several liability by all the national organizing body of the country which has been selected. And there is also the indemnification of IOC and FIFA against any claims by third parties. Think of major sponsors that might incur huge economic losses from the cancellation of the games. But again, despite several times we have seen major, say, violations of the obligations and the pledges made by host cities and host states, the, let's say, cancellation of the game or the rescheduling of the game has never happened on these grounds, at least. So what matters most here, I think, is that despite these enforcement powers, neither IOC nor FIFA have actually, let's say, may of course, let's say, mandate member states, host states to revise domestic legislation. They cannot impose mandatory standards. And still, as I mentioned, of course, being this a completely private setting, the deployment of these powers is a full disposal of FIFA and IOC. So
Matteo,
quickly through,
Matteo, you have
I'm
10
wrapping
minutes.
up.
Oh, you
10
have 10
minutes.
minutes. Okay.
Thanks, Don. Wrapping up with 3 case studies. One that probably can actually give us some hope and one that actually could make us despair. Beijing 2008. Of course, Beijing came up with a very ambitious and comprehensive plan, the Beijing Olympic Action Plan, 20 projects all over the city. The integrated environmental action plan also coordinated with existing initiatives with the World Bank. The regulation was, the Beijing municipality were changed and new regulation were let's say, put in place to ensure environmental sanitation, because of course the situation was daunting. And UNEP said basically that the principle of Green Olympics have informed key decision in 2008 Beijing Olympics. You can think whatever you want about that, but the numbers are here. As long as the games were held, at least, these are the results that Beijing could achieve in a very small amount of time. Minus 30% air pollution index, minus 50% NO2 concentrations, and minus 80% PM10 concentrations. Of course, this does not have had the same long-lasting impact, but definitely, I think in this case, the obligations entailed in the host city contract have led to, let's say, a prompt action and also to a change of regulations, at least in the municipal area of Beijing. Switching to a bad practice, we could think of Sochi 2014. Here, the aim was to get 3 pillars, let's say, environmentally friendly game based on carbon neutrality, zero waste, with a very high level green construction standards. This was on paper again, because what happened in practice was that ad hoc amendments were made to the federal laws on natural parks and forests, also because, again, the games were held, of course, in the Sochi Natural Park, a UNESCO site. So this was basically what happened in Sochi. I would not classify this as zero waste or high-level construction game, or high-level standards for green construction game. There are numbers that, of course, can assess, let's say, the overall environmental impact of the Sochi games. And what last, let's say, kind of middle ground practice, which is an interesting practice, I think, is Rio de Janeiro, because Rio de Janeiro hosted the FIFA World Cup in 2014 and the Olympic Games in 2016. Here, a lot of, let's say, regulations, both at the state and federal level, were changed. An initiative at the Brazilian level, Rio 2014 Sustainability Strategy, was launched, drawing from the Rio +20 conference. And importantly, also, the, let's say, the climate change impacts of the FIFA World Cup were put in line with the, for instance, the ISO standard and the World Research Institute Greenhouse Gases Emission Protocol. So there was a very much a comprehensive approach to greenhouse gases emissions in the Rio 2014 games. So you can see here some drawbacks, like this monorail, which was never built in the end, and the Maracanã, which was not in good conditions. However, let's say the total CO2 emissions of the games, you can see it here, is probably one of the most, let's say, the biggest achievements in terms of greenhouse gases impacts of the Olympic Games. I'm sorry, of the FIFA World Cup. You know, ever since greenhouse gases emissions have been tracked down for the very event. You can see also these breakdowns are very interesting, but of course I leave it up to you. I can share the slides if you want to get these numbers. Last point I want to make with regard to Rio, and with regard more specifically to Rio 2016, so the Olympic Games, is that here, of course, the sustainability management plan was put in place in light of the previous commitment of Rio, also under the FIFA World Cup and also the Rio +20, let's say, framework. Three patterns here: people, planet, prosperity. Of course, planet as a whole contained all the environmental impacts related to the Olympic Games. And this was very much comprehensive, with a specific focus, of course, on transportation policies, construction, and also on waste management. And here you can find some references to the numbers of laws and decrees which were, let's say, approved in the three pillars, under the three pillars. So the blue one being the planet one. So you can see that over the years there has been a slight increase. Of course, other pillars were more, let's say, more prominent in this, but we could definitely see that in light of the commitments taken by Rio for the FIFA World Cup first, and then up next the Rio Olympic Games, there has been an increase, at least in the number of laws and municipal decrees approved to enhance environmental protection. So here, of course,
Mario, you have 5 minutes total. Are you trying to show your video in this time slot, Katie? No, okay.
No, the videos for the next speaker. Sorry, Matthew.
Okay.
5 minutes.
This is the second to last slide. I'm done. I will just make the point last that Rio is an interesting practice because you cannot really tell, in the long term, what the impacts have been of both the FIFA World Cup and Rio in terms of enhancing environmental protection, also because, as we have heard before, of course, now, ever since that guy took office as president, let's say that environmental protection has been a little bit hampered. But I will definitely say that Rio is a very appealing, let's say, case study, because it really led in a country that was, of course, let's say, faring not well in terms of environmental protection, led to the increase, at least in the, let's say, awareness and in the actual uptake of regulation on environmental protection in the area of Rio, at least, but also the federal level. So last, a very wrap-up note on the governance aspects of it. So I really come to the title of my presentation. So in light of what we have seen before,
okay, we only have 3 minutes for questions left.
And I will wrap up like this. I will just say that for me, as I see it, FIFA and IOC with these particular features, they entail some hybrid regulatory forms. So hybrid regulatory bodies under the idea, I mean, the broader the taxonomy of the transnational climate governance doctrine or legal scholarship, because they are private bodies, but they nevertheless have specifically they entitle three functions that are peculiar to what they call transnational climate governance hybrid network, which are information sharing, because information are always passed on from one host city to one host country to another. And the idea is to increase and to, of course, make things better over time. Not always the case, but this is at least the aim. Secondly, capacity building and implementation. So, of course, the idea is that by the experience gained over time, different states and different countries can learn from each other, and therefore bring forward this capacity building perspective and rule setting, because to some extent IOC and FIFA have this capacity of setting international standards, which is increasing over time, and I would say is going to increase more and more, also in terms of let's say increasing the authority and also, let's say, the role of FIFA and credibility of IOC and FIFA in the climate change arena. So I will just leave it as that, because I see we are already running out of time. There are a lot of initiatives going on with regard to the roles of cities within the context of IOC and FIFA, which I don't have the time to, of course, to summarize. But again, my take would be that despite some drawbacks, like the lack of true enforcement powers, IOC and FIFA are quite overlooked in the context of the climate change governance. So, for instance, they are not even part of the whole universe of the UNFCCC COP. You will not even find them, let's say, engaging in the discussion in the let's say diplomatic talks at the UNFCCC COPs. This is quite surprising to me on the one hand, given the quite leverage they have with regard to an event that might impact for 20 or 25 years at least. So since I'm at 29 minutes, if my counter is correct, I will just leave it as that. And of course, questions are welcome. Since I'm still working on this topic and I want to develop it more also from a purely theoretical perspective. So thank you very much. Well, I hope it was not too rhapsodic, but questions are welcome.
Okay, Katie, I would defer to your judgment. For people have questions, we just haven't put them in the chat box.
Yeah, that's what we've been doing. Now the next speaker is Marco Grasso, and he just sent a very short video of 8 minutes. So there will be time at the end of this panel. So you do have time if you want to take about 5 minutes to take questions now while it's fresh, and then I can turn to Marco's video. So 5 minutes of Q&A.
Okay. There's one question in the chat box that basically is arguing that this is such an important topic. And we could talk about that quite a bit. I don't think we need comment from you on that question. Any questions from the floor? Recognize waving hands.
I have a question. Or Rose, please go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm just kind of curious about the offset aspect of the planning process, because how effective is it in mitigating carbon emissions? There's some debate going on here in Canada right now about the commitments to net zero emissions that involve offsets, because it ends up being a lot of emphasis on getting trapped in the net and not enough emphasis on zero. Do you have any comments on that?
Well, thanks for this question, Rose. On the offsetting, well, this is a mandatory requirement within the IOC and FIFA. So, and there are also some, let's say, standards that are being applied. I don't have time to, of course, to mention that in details. But for instance, since London 2012, a comprehensive, let's say, accounting method for greenhouse gases emissions have been developed, and now is being applied consistently. This is why, for instance, I mentioned the capacity building, let's say, or information sharing function of IOC and FIFA. Well, the net zero aspect is of course controversial. There is this obligation, which is contractual obligation, to report on the actual impact and how these emissions have been offset. There is no obligation to achieve net zero, though. So the situation might change, and this is why I said that it's kind of striking to me that IOC and FIFA are not embedded in the UNFCCC, let's say, arena. Because once this would happen, then the net zero obligation, which is now being taken up in the context of COP25 and now COP26 even further, might be more stringent, also upon IOC and FIFA. So we're not talking about net zero for IOC and FIFA and whatever is related to IOC and FIFA activities right now. But in the future, I would argue that this could be the case. And if this was the case, then of course this would arguably result in a stringent obligation upon host states and host cities. And how to account for that? Well, some cities, for instance, Rio, of course, had some plans for reforestation or somehow offsetting, of course, and London as well on the municipal level, right? It is not an easy task, but it was not an obligation to achieve net zero. So still to have some program for offsetting is a step forward. It was not the case until 10 years ago, I would say.
Okay, Mario, we need to move on. But
Yeah.
before we do, I want to make one comment. Two sociologists say, don't only talk about what you've done, because it leaves the impression that the government doesn't have to do much more, and and that private action is enough. So just a comment. You don't have to respond to that. Okay.
Okay.
The next. Yes.
Oh. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll go ahead and set up the video for Marco, but I'm going to leave you with a question, Matteo, that you can answer as I'm setting it up. So it was my comment in the chat that this is such an amazing topic and so important, because these events, they are such symbolic moments for global solidarity. And what do we talk about all the time? That we want global solidarity, togetherness, the common good. So if we could use the opportunity for these events to do good for the environment, for culture, everything would be awesome. But I worry that sometimes with this push for green, that it's a mask almost for human rights to be pushed back. We saw that with China, a little bit with Brazil, where they'd actually would hide the poor near and for some of the events. And I just wonder if in your research, if you see any of that the push for green puts kind of the human rights stuff a little bit behind. And then I'll set up Marco's stuff.
Well, yeah, very briefly, I would agree with you, totally, Katie. I said I didn't touch upon the human rights issue. Now the new FIFA bid book, amended FIFA bid book, puts a further stress on the protection of human rights and the protection of workers' rights, given what you mentioned in the past. Again, I don't think Qatar is definitely compliant with that.
Yeah.
But still, I totally see your point. There is a lot of hypocrisy, I think, to be totally blunt on that, how this is handled. So, yeah, I see your point and I agree with you. Although I also see the importance and potential for, let's say, social movement of these events. Think about what's happening with the LGBTQ issue here with the European Championships. Yeah, well, it is quite clear that Olympics and FIFA World Cup are events that can really steer the public opinion, at least. So yeah.
That's why we have to always look at these things together, that we can't leave behind the one as we push for the other. But
indeed.
Excellent topic.
Thanks,
Okay, so what I'll do, I'll go ahead and press play for Marco. He's in the mountains with his mother right now, so he was worried about the connection. And he said he purposely made it short as a gift for us to make it short and to the point. So let me see here. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Can you see Marco?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to hit play and then, because I can't see you now.
I don't have any voice.
Can't hear, yeah.
There's no audio? Okay, hold on 1 second then. Okay, this is what I was a little worried about. I'm going to take out my earphones and see if the audio then connects. If not, Jeff is a backup. Okay, so okay, can you still hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you have to click a button that says play from, play through computer audio system or something when you set up your share screen.
Oh, okay. Well, let me unshare my screen and then go back to this now that my headphones aren't in it. Okay, let me try this one more time.
I would admit that's one of 15,000 mistakes I made.
Let's see if this works.
Okay.
Can you hear him now?
Yeah, I can hear, but not the video.
Oh, not the video?
No, there is something in the video option that gives you.
It's okay. Hold on. Because when I pull him up, you all disappear. Jeff, did you want to try from yours? Because when I did connect through computer audio, but let me try one. Okay, let me stop share. Sorry, let me do one more time. Okay, it's okay. Let me get him ready. Hold on 1 second. And maybe I can go direct to him then. Pause.
I also told my law school class I was going to hire a 15-year-old girl to help me with Zoom.
Okay, here we go. One more time. And if I can't do it this time, we'll try with Jeff. Okay, now this might work. I can already see you and him now, and I didn't before. Okay, ready?
No sound. Can't hear the audio. We can see him. We can't hear the audio.
Okay, Jeff, any advice? I've tried everything on my end.
I can try and open it and just I haven't opened it yet. Let me.
Yeah,
Can you increase the volume on the screen?
Yeah, it's something missing.
I don't have access.
No, but Katie, it looks like there's volume on the far left there.
Yeah, I did do volume.
Oh, okay.
It's just something with the audio connection. Like it's not reading.
I'm not having. I don't have access to his.
Yeah, I emailed the link to you.
Well, I'm clicking the link and it's not giving me access.
Okay.
It says I need access.
Well, let me try the other video of Eleonora and Sarah, who are our next speakers. Eleonora is here for Q&A. And if this doesn't work, then what we can do, Prue just messaged and she's about to jump on. So let's just try. This is the first time we're doing the videos. So this is the issue. Okay, let me try again.
Okay, Eleonora, do you want to describe where you're from?
Yes, well, good morning, everyone. Good evening, actually, for those who are in Europe. I'm Eleonora Ciscato. Also, Sarah, a colleague of mine, should be joining soon. So we did the work together. We are from the University of Milan, and we are both PhD students in international law, ethics, and economics for sustainable development.
Wow.
We sent the video because we were not sure we would be fresh enough to give the presentation. But yeah, we're here and we're actually, I'm really enjoying this opportunity to be here with you.
Okay, here we go. Let's try this. All right.
Good morning, everyone, and good evening for those of you who are in Europe like us. We are Eleonora Ciscato and Sara Lorenzini, two PhD students at the University of Milan. We are really grateful and pleased to be part of the conference this year. And we wanted to apologize because we preferred recording our presentation. Nevertheless, we are live. So if you are willing to ask questions at the end of contribution we wanted to share with you is about global governance of climate change. Is titled Sharing Responsibility for Climate Change, Reaching Ecological Integrity Through Shared Responsibility and Collective Capabilities. So in the next 25 minutes, more or less, we will be discussing what is climate change and one of the definitions and the problems connected to its complexity. Also, giving an overview of what have been the main and traditional perspectives to tackle it. After that, we will be willing to advance a new proposal for a shared notion of responsibility towards the climate crisis. And in particular, identifying the key role that collectivities can play and communities can play in addressing it. Giving space to the we frame perspective and to the collective capabilities notion. In the end, arguments for a polycentric and collaborative politics of climate change will be advanced. So climate change has been defined as a super weak problem in the sense that no easy solution can be found and addressed. In fact, it is about the intertwining of an environmental, socioeconomic, but also institutional, as well as moral and cultural crisis. This is relevant for us to be stated at the very beginning because it means that the traditional techniques and policymaking tools are not sufficient now to address the problem. Because of the collective character of climate change, it has been defined by several scholars as a public good game. In what sense? In the sense that tackling it entails collective benefits on the one hand, but at the same time, climate protection measures and adaptive measures do have high costs. So the problem with that is that rational actors may be tempted to leave other actors contribute to these high costs of addressing climate change, not really making their parts. So the solution that has been largely found and agreed lies on the individual ability to identify a common goal and act accordingly. But what do we mean by individual? Well, at individuals, as we will see in the next few minutes, we mean both states and individuals as persons. Discussing the current models and international agreements. Well, so far, the climate change has been addressed mainly at the international level. What happened was that state delegates, because of the sovereign power that the state have, met and discussed, negotiated what was the state of the art of the climate crisis, setting goals and signing agreements. What happened though was that the situation that was created there was what has been defined as a bargaining atmosphere, where cooperation is desirable but not automatic. Why this? There are several reasons and several elements that contributed to the failure of such international agreements. One is the fear of defection summed with the short-termism, especially of democracies. Because of the fear that other states would not make their part, states have the tendency to be reluctant in taking responsibilities and act accordingly. And while this is true in several situations, when it comes to climate change and its potential threshold effect, this is particularly dangerous. Another element that is worth mentioning, according to us, is the asymmetries in power and wealth. So when states do meet and convene, such asymmetries in power may well have a role in the adherence of such states to the agreements. Another element is the number of participants, because as the doctrine tells us, as the number of participants is higher, then the compliance tends to be lower. This is due to transaction costs, but not only that. And finally, another element that is worth mentioning is the lack of accurate data on costs and benefits, especially on the adaptive measures to climate change. So because of the failure that is often connected to the notion of international agreements, in the last decade, we could say, there has been a shift in the attention from the state level to the individual level, trying to identify and also putting the leverage of responsibility towards the climate crisis on individuals. While this is true, and it has been proven by several documents, we also identified some of the limits of such perspective. Some of the limits can be understood as cognitive limits. Why this? Climate change is a very complex phenomenon, and there are abrupt changes in the definition also of climate change, also depending on the scientific knowledge that is behind it. So people usually struggle in having a clear perception of the problem, and as a consequence in changing their habits. At the same time, because of the cumulative character of climate change, people have the tendency to perceive non-causality and non-intentionality on their lifestyle and action. Also, because of the lack of complete information, the lack of awareness on their footprint, for example, people usually feel unable to assess how they contribute with their action to climate crisis. And even though in some situations they may be well aware of how they are actually contributing, the sense of helplessness can be detrimental in pushing them to change their habits. Finally, because the climate crisis is definitely asking us to completely change our daily routine and put in place completely different action, the status quo bias intervenes, and people feel that this phenomenon is over-demanding and then tend to feel detached from it. Another significant element that should be mentioned here is that climate change does have a systemic character. What does that mean? It means that in this perfect moral storm, as Gardner defined it, where the individual feel lost in face of climate change, it is unfair to put all the burden on the individual, because it is also true that virtuous individual behavior is insufficient, exactly because of the global dimension of climate change. Not only it is insufficient, but it may also be counterproductive to simply put the blame and make people feel guilty for what they do in their everyday life. So what we suggest here, taking on the existing literature that we try to summarize to you, is that we make a shift from blame to engagement, and that we take a different dimension that is not merely individual, but that take a collective character.
So the analysis that my colleague Eleonora just made
could you introduce yourself,
the conclusion that there is no actor that alone can define in a satisfactory way policies, and also can implement such policies aimed at combating climate change. And this means that neither national governments nor individuals, as we have seen, but also social actors, organizations, can have an exclusive competence over the entire set of problems related to climate change. And this is why our main model for climate change governance is based on sharing responsibility. As you may know, or better, I'm sure you know, the idea of sharing responsibility, even though under different wording, is actually present in international law. Especially the Rio Declaration on Environment and Development of 1992, let's say, gave rise to this concept of common but differentiated responsibilities in under Principle 7 of the Declaration. And according to this principle, as the wording says, states have a common responsibility, so they share responsibility for climate change, but a differentiated one. In the sense that the degree of responsibility they have depends both on the contribution each state made to the global environmental degradation, so depends on the pressures their respective societies have placed on the global environment, as well as on the ability of these states to act for tackling climate change, which means that the responsibility they carry is depend on technologies and the financial resources they command. What is the problem with this principle, according to us? The problem is that responsibility still remains shared mostly between states. Clearly, we know that recent developments in international law, especially soft law, such as the UN Guiding Principle, but also the international jurisprudence, such as the recent Shell case, have started to consider responsibility, for example, of other actors, in particular corporations, in dealing with climate change, so imposing also emissions reductions. Still, it's not possible to say yet that corporations are really considered actors in the climate change governance, and while states, as said, remains the main one. Due to the difficulties we have just explained, we argue instead of a model in which responsibility is shared between different kinds of stakeholders, including private ones, through a governance model that can redistribute power, so rebalance the power, and also can foster the capabilities of the most affected communities. How can we justify this model, and how can this model be implemented? In order to understand this, we must take a step back and consider what does it mean to be responsible. To answer this question, we decided to undertake definition of responsibility given by Arte in 1968 that we have displaying here in the slide you can see. And actually this what this notion of responsibility entails are two main elements that are causality and intentionality. Causality means that in order to be blamed responsible, an actor must have the causal power over the state of affairs, so over the outcome, and also over the possibility to change the outcome. Intentionality means that the actor has intentionally produced the outcome is considered responsible for. However, with regard to intentionality, it is important to underline that this does not mean direct intention. Indeed, in order to be held responsible, it suffices that a person is aware of the final outcome as an indirect consequences of its actions. So as Jung says, a person can be held responsible even by simply participating in those structures and processes that cause unjust outcomes, even though this participation is in line with the laws and norms, so is compliance with the law. And why we think that by taking this notion of responsibility, we can be considered, every one of us can be considered individually responsible for climate change or for not tackling climate change, but at the same time, as individuals, we are only partially responsible for that. Let's see why retaking what Eleonora, my colleague, just explained. So we have seen that climate change is the unintended consequence that results from the composition effect of different actions of many international and different players, players. So we can say that actually we as individuals, especially nowadays, in which there is awareness of the impact of our action, we know that our daily action have an effect on the final outcome, even though this effect is only partial. And even though we perceive this very time difference between our action and the future consequences. So actually we can say that our actions are intentional. And then because we know the impact of our action, we can also have a control over this action, and we have the possibility to change the state of affairs, even though this is only a partial possibility for us as individuals. So we can take what Young calls an ongoing forward-looking responsibility towards climate change. And this implies the element of causality. So before we said that the individual model of action shows its limit also because scientific uncertainties. But according to this analysis of responsibility, we could say that actually there is an additional element that is given by strategic uncertainties connected with coordinated action more than scientific uncertainties concerning the climate system. And this is why we argue that an isolating concept of responsibility for climate change is actually not adequate. And this is the reason why, according to us, in a new model for climate change governance, main actors should not be individuals, as I said, either intended as persons or as states, but collectivities. And the question we assume is, what do you mean by collectivities? By collectivities, we refer to those entities that can be found at a lower level than the national state and do not identify with the bureaucratic machine of the state. So these actually include a variety of actors that range from communities, NGOs, firms, and other private subjects, but also local administrative authorities. And the following question then is, how can this responsibility be discharged by collectivities? First of all, collectivities are not entity per se, in the sense that they do not exist independently of the individuals they are formed of. So in order for a collectivity to be held responsible, there must be individuals who identify themselves within this group, within this collectivity, that fulfills the conditions to be attributed with responsibility. And once they identify within this group, they would start reasoning as a collective body that aims at addressing climate change. And this is the point where we can introduce the we thinking literature. Unfortunately, now I don't have the time to go more into too much into deep with this literature, but we refer to Bacharach, especially in Sagden idea of the we frame, according to which individuals are not necessarily self-interested and based on and their reason is not necessarily individually based, because in certain cases individuals are able to shift to the we thinking in the sense that by recognizing themselves as part of a group, their reasoning tells not of what should I do as an individual, but what should we do as a group. So ex ante, this means that they will identify themselves with the, as I said, with a group that is can be held responsible, and we ex post, it means that they will choose the path of actions that best serve the group interest. In this case, tackling climate change. For the causality part, however, the collectivities who see themselves responsible must be able to change the state of affairs. And this is possible, according to us, by giving them a prominent role in the governance model for climate change. If you remember, however, I said before that according to us, this prominent role should be given particularly to the communities who are most affected by climate change. We know that this reasoning may seem strong and in particular at odds with the idea of climate justice and social justice. But we argue that this is so only if we take responsibility as a burden, so as a guilt, rather than as a means of empowerment as it should be. So we say we actually take Jung's definition of responsibility as different from guilt. So it doesn't mean that being responsible doesn't mean that we are blamed for an outcome, but it means that we have the capacity to exhort others to join us in changing those structures and processes that cause an unjust outcome, in this case, climate change. This, to use a Pellanc word, entails having the power to decide how action for climate change is taken. So it means having decisional rights over the climate change regime. And this is what, according to us, means to be empowered. So to have the power to rather than power over. What does it mean then to be empowered? Be empowered means to be able for these collectivities to define common goals and to have the freedom to act to reach these goals, which means having collective agency, which is necessary to overcome the green policies paternalism that we see today. Then collective agency contributes to collective capabilities. Again, here I cannot go very much into deep with the literature on collective capabilities, but in order to refer to them, we take Ibrahim's definition, according to which collective capabilities are the capacity to perform actions that can generate positive achievements only by interactions with other people's actions. And the benefit of these actions, sorry for the repetition, go to the entire community and not to the single individual. So just to sum up, because we understand that this is a very complicated reasoning, once the most affected collectivities become the main actors of climate change regime, they can acquire the collective agency and capabilities necessary for them to undertake a forward-looking responsibility for climate change, so to have decisional rights on climate change. Then, by feeling part of a group, the we frame thinking can be activated, and this actually starts a virtuous cycle because they will also, their perception and their preferences will also be shaped according to a collective point of view. And this will also entail that they will have more bargaining power when interacting also with the states, for example, and other private actors such as corporations.
So what are the conclusions that we try to draw from our presentation? Well, first of all, that we hope you could also see how the model we advanced has the capacity to combine environmental concerns with social justice concerns. Apart from that, also from the very practical point of view, it may be a very concrete way to put into action the subsidiarity principle. So giving the opportunity for solutions to be found locally. Of course, this does not mean, and we wanted this to be very clear, this does not mean that the states do not have any responsibility anymore. And this, of course, does not exonerate states from taking actions and taking inputs. We see states as final courts of appeal, being there especially to make sure that, that they can coordinate different stakeholders and that they avoid that particular interests overcome general interests. Finally, we see that we believe that our model can give substance again to what has been defined by Ostrom, a polycentric and collaborative politics, in this case, in regards to climate change.
So based on these conclusions, so we draw some general recommendations. The first is, as as we said, a reconceptualization of state sovereignty. And here again, we take from Bosselman, according to which state sovereignty should not be conceived as absolute and exclusive, but rather as collective and responsible. And this entails creating spaces and occasions for public discussions and sharing competencies with collectivities. Collectivities then will be allowed to take their share of responsibility, so not just bring their point of view, but to really be part of the policymaking and implementation process. Here, especially, we introduced the we-frame thinking, but as you probably can imagine, this we-frame thinking is not, let's say, automatically activated. Instead, it's a cognitive, instrument that must be activated somehow. And here we argue in favor of a role of law and communications. And specifically for communication, we argue that communication should translate technical information and make it accessible to the public, as well as to work on reputation. Law instead should provide a collective regulatory framework for climate change that, as I said, does not assign exclusive competencies to states, but also creates space for collectivities. Finally, and here we take from Neumayer arguments, in light of this new role assigned to communities, it would be advisable to focus on commitments rather than outcomes, differently from what is now the climate change regime that is based, for example, on the 1.5 target. This, of course, would help overcoming the difficulty of monitoring outcomes, the uncertainty arising from a long time lapse between actions and outcomes, as well as the sensitivity of outcomes to external factors. So, thank you so much. We are now live, as said, for welcoming questions. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Katie, what is your suggestion? I want to make sure we leave time for Prue.
Yeah, so first of all, that was amazing. I wrote down so much.
A lot we talked to her about. How do you?
What we have 5 minutes that we can give for questions. I see that Eleonora is on, and Sarah as well. And so if you would like to open for questions, Don, as I'll set up Marco, because I know how to do it now.
Okay. I take it that Sarah's from Milan also. Are you from Milan University? I have some questions about your course, but we'll communicate. Very serious sociologists claim that don't use just reason to show absurdity. Talk to the poets and the comics. Okay, I want to tell you one quick story about cost-benefit analysis. There's only 2 economists that I've seen say there are limits to cost-benefit analysis in university proceedings. One of them was Stern's economist from Great Britain. But then he never talked about it. But I was at the University of Delaware. This is really a Monty Python moment for me, okay? And he asked the audience, seriously, how do I put a price if we kill everybody in the world? How do we value that from a market point of view? You know, that is an example. And I actually think we should collect examples to show the absurdity by using poetry or comics. And there's lots and lots of opportunities. But so he actually asked that seriously. Okay, how do I put an economic value if climate change kills everybody? Anyway, comments? Next year, I want to hear a joke from all of your presentation at the end about the absurdity of what's going on. It's so freaking absurd, the neoliberal economic ideas to apply to everything.
One comment. Oh, and yeah. Joe, is that your hand or were you clapping?
That's my hand, yeah.
Okay, so Joe, go ahead.
Okay, so,
Well, I put it in the chat box, but I'll bring it up. I think it's Adam Smith who brought this parable up, which is suppose a sensible and sensitive person hears about an earthquake that destroys a great city. Let's say, since he was writing in the 18th century, let's say Lisbon in 1755, in which something like 50,000 people died. And of course, he loses not a moment's sleep over that. On the other hand, he is sentenced to have the little finger on his less dominant hand amputated the next morning, and of course he cannot sleep at all with worry and fret. Now, Smith asked the question, does that mean that the person, this sensible and sensitive person, values his little finger more than the lives of 50,000 people? And of course he says we would recoil at the thought. But isn't that the problem we face in trying to get individuals as individuals to react to and take action against climate disruption? That is, it's in the abstract, it's appalling, but you know, losing their little finger means more.
And here's my joke version of what Joe just said, since Don wanted a joke.
Right.
Caption is, and so while the end of the world scenario will be rife with unimaginable horrors, we believe that the preempt period will be filled with unprecedented opportunities for profit.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's great. If you get other jokes like that, send them to me. I will use them like I'm using Greta Thunberg's "How dare you" comments when I make public comments. Joe, I have a friend who got her PhD in Adam Smith.
Mm-hmm.
And she continues to, if this is right, we need to spread this around. She claims, well, he was a moral theorist. And
yes, he was.
Okay,
Yes, he was.
Yeah, but she claimed he actually said, and I've been researching and can't find it, that in government, don't let the merchants run the government, because they'll lead to immorality. I've actually spent a couple of hours of research. That would be so rhetorically powerful if I could find precisely what it said about that. So,
I can't say where he might have written that. I do know that he wrote a critique of the East India Company's operations in India.
If I may interject something,
that they were not
I would appreciate
the rule.
If you guys would keep your conversations after 4 o'clock when I'm leaving, okay? I would really like to hear the rest of the presentations, please. Marco, Ettore, and Prue. So, and 4 o'clock is...
I would just, we have 3 more minutes of time for their questions, and with plenty of time for Marco and Prue. So I would like a specific question for Sarah and Eleonora, if possible. First of all, I loved your presentation. I wrote down so much, particularly about how we need to move responsibility from a burden to empowerment, and also about reconceptualizing state sovereignty. I argue that all the time in my own work. But your point on how we have to move away from the paternalism of green policies, I found particularly insightful, because that touches on what we do in particular to Indigenous peoples and also to the powerless. Like when you talk about the spaces that we need to create for this new state sovereignty, so many times those spaces aren't available for the poor, minority, the powerless. So I just, if you could expand a little bit, or just if you've gone into your research into that way about power, or if you're still, building this work. But I just want to thank you again.
Okay, maybe I'll try to answer then if Eleonora wants to add something. First of all, thank you for the question and the insights. We know that the presentation was a bit technical, maybe in the last part especially. Starting from the first question, which regards the problem of making people feel responsible. Actually, this was the point in adopting the we frame thinking and the collectivity perspective, in the sense that the focus of our model is not the individual, but the collectivity, And we believe that once a person feels a part of a group rather than as an individual, he can also activate this shift in his or her mind. And especially, sorry, it's the traffic in Milan, and especially because exactly responsibility is intended as empowerment and not as a burden, people will have an incentive to feel responsible and to undertake this responsibility for climate change. And we also underline how the focus on this new governance model should be on the most affected collectivities, which of course have no problem in understanding the effect of climate change on them. While regarding the question of Catherine, yes, exactly, this was the point. By green paternalism, we, for example, refer to policies such as, in the case of indigenous and local communities, RED+, many cases of RED+ project, but also creation of protected areas, in which we undertake these policies as policies that are necessary to tackle climate change, mitigate climate change, but of course they have a shadow of colonialism and imperialism and also racism. So the idea of power is very very important for us to understand the dynamics of these green paternalist policies and also to propose an alternative.
Thank you.
I don't know.
Thank you. Yeah, a lot I would like to talk to you guys about, but we don't have time. I think we've got to move on to Prue.
No, Mark, go first. But I was able to get it to work.
Okay.
Great.
Okay, so let me go through and switch right now, okay?
Okay.
So fingers crossed. Share screen, share sound, share Marco. All right, here we go.
Hello, dear Integrity friends. I'm very happy to meet you this year, even wholly virtually, and I hope you and your family are very, very, very well. So I would like to tell you about a topic that I am drawing from a work which I have submitted to a publishing house. My short display is about the tipping point on climate resilience, and now I briefly address some of them. In particular, I'm speaking about 3 tipping points. So the first tipping point is about mainstreaming policies. Mainstreaming policies have been slow to translate into solid field actions, although in fact, the adoption of instruments suitable for the assessment of vulnerabilities is increasing internationally. Only a few governments use all possible supplementary options. The European Commission itself notes the actions envisaged by the adaptation strategy could be better integrated with each other. A review of over 100 cases related to integration efforts found that although the vast majority of the countries involved have channeled mainstreaming into documents and sectoral policy plans, only half of them have really proposed projects and concrete activities. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change also acknowledges in the 5th assessment report that integration has been implemented in a limited way, despite the extensive documentation of the plans at national, subnational, and community level. Several factors contribute to this shortcoming. First, mainstreaming efforts involve a wide range of actors, institutions, and processes. Consequently, the transition from planning to implementation requires the overcoming of many barriers. The obstacles to implementation include the lack of a serious and constant political commitment, the lack of cooperation between the main parties involved, and conflicting political interests. The second tipping point concerns the relationship between climate change and human health. Global warming has and will increasingly have devastating effects on people's health and humanitarian crises. Water scarcity, increase in diarrheal diseases linked to drought, food insecurity, population displacements, natural disasters, spread of infectious diseases linked to the replication of new vectors. For example, vector capacity for malaria transmission has increased by more than 20% in Africa since 1950, and the World Health Organization predicts further measured future increases in malaria mortality in Central and Eastern Sub-Saharan Africa. The pathologies caused by climate change are among the most varied, such as, for instance, dengue, chikungunya, Zika, Congo Crimean fever. The devastating floods will be increasingly frequent, while drought will cause the risk of new war scenarios for water. The Inuit petition and the legal case of the Kivalina Island give the idea of the violation of the rights about which the respective inhabitants complain, including the right to health. Now, examining some tipping points in this context, I would like to underline some issues. The ability of the health system to respond to climate change varies greatly between different European countries. This variation certainly reflects the historical processes and the current economic constraints, but it is also the global symptom of a poor awareness of the problem, which in turn generates inevitable political omissions. In this regard, the World Health Organization highlighted the omissions of European countries regarding the integration between health policies and climate change adaptation measures. Very few countries, in fact, would have developed national or subnational programs for health adaptation. As we unfortunately learn from the work of the World Health Organization Regional Office for Europe, health resilience compared to specific climate change adaptation plans is very scarce. Even when some countries show a serious desire to integrate the sphere of health adaptation to the climate, we soon realize that the scheduling times are definitely extended over time. The last tipping point is about climate adaptation. The ongoing revision of the national adaptation plans aimed at assessing the progress made will in fact lead to a first realistic nucleus of results only in a few years. The Commission's recent report on the implementation of the European Climate Change Adaptation Strategy shows that the strategy about adaptation, despite having promoted adaptation plans at all levels, has proved to be less effective in the implementation and monitoring phase of the same plans. The slowness by which adaptation policies are developed contrasts with the speed at which the disastrous effects of climate change manifest themselves. In this regard, it is rather unique that by 2017, only 15 member states have developed a national adaptation plan. The degree of climate resilience also contrasts through a multi-level analysis of vulnerabilities related to a territory or a community. These multi-level assessments were carried out in the various countries with uneven timing between them. So there are other many tipping points linked to climate change, for example, the climate refugee topic or climate business, such as climate insurance. So I have finished, and I would like to greet you all as you deserve, and I wish you all the best. I hope we can meet again, and not only virtually. Kisses, boys and girls. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Marco.
So good to see everyone. Okay, Don, back to you now.
Okay. Well, we want to move on to Peru, but Marco's from middle. He's not from Milan, is he? Where's he from? Is he from Milan also?
In
Okay.
Milan as well.
Okay. Well, why don't we move on to, does anyone want to make any comments or questions? Okay.
I would like to ask Marco to send me a 2-pager abstract of his presentation in PDF format, please.
Okay, I'll ask him to do that, Laura.
Thank you.
What is Marco's discipline?
Philosophy.
It is, okay. All right. My dear friend, Prue Taylor is up next. You want to introduce yourself? For some of you, unfortunately, don't know you.
Yeah. Oh God, you should have warned me about this. I'm so terrible at introducing myself. So I'm Prue. I'm currently sitting in New Zealand. The sun has just risen. It's a beautiful morning. It's freezing cold. This is going to be an experiment, you know, presenting at this time of morning for me is going to be a real experiment in the ecology of my brain and its interaction with coffee. Yes, so greetings to everybody, and you know, Klaus and I, you know, sitting here in New Zealand are very aware always of our privileges, but particularly in these COVID times, we've been uniquely blessed, but we try and constantly think of the stresses and strains on people's lives and families in other places in the world. Shall I go to screen share?
Yes. Yeah? Mm-hmm.
Is that working?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, great. Okay. So the title of my presentation is Ocean Acidification, the Evil Twin of Climate Change. I'm just going to, sorry, just before I get started, I'm going to set my timer because I'm notorious for going over time. Am I not, Chair? Okay, I have one real objective in this presentation. And that is to open everybody's awareness to ocean acidification, because to open your awareness to ocean acidification, I'm sorry to say this, to shock you, to scare you a bit, and to make you aware that ocean acidification is hiding behind climate change. So I really want this presentation to help you become aware of the fact that we're not talking about ocean acidification. It's firmly hidden behind climate change, and that's a very dangerous thing. So in this presentation, I want to introduce you to ocean acidification and show why it has the potential to be even worse than climate change. I want to demonstrate to you why climate change's evil twin, why it is hiding in plain sight. And I want to introduce you to an emergency response. So here, in terms of thinking about law and governance, I'm started to think very differently. Imagine that 30 years ago, when we thought of climate change, we took an emergency response. Imagine where we might be today. Whereas 30 years ago, when we responded to climate change, we took this completely convoluted, absurd, crazy, complex response, which has thus far gotten us nowhere, actually. So I'd like to begin with just a little bit of science. The ocean is a very key part of the climate system. it absorbs carbon dioxide at its surface. So it is a sink. Many of us already know and think of the ocean as a sink for carbon dioxide. When carbon dioxide is absorbed, carbonic acid forms. In other words, that drops the pH levels of the ocean and acidifies the ocean. So ocean water becomes more acidic. The ocean automatically absorbs carbon dioxide, and thus far it's absorbed around 30% of anthropogenic emissions of carbon dioxide. So as CO2 goes up, acidification goes up. Since pre-industrial times, the oceans have acidified between 26 and 30% already. So more acidic by 26 to 30% than pre-industrial times. In 2019, the IPCC pointed out that there are steady increases in ocean acidification. It will worsen under most emissions scenarios, and it is completely irreversible on human timescales. So how acidic is the ocean now? As I mentioned, almost 30% more acidic than pre-industrial times. The question now is, what is the safe limit before there are serious threats to the ecological integrity of the ocean and the stability of the Earth system itself? Using the planetary boundaries work and the Earth system work from 2015, and based on 350 parts per million, you can see at the very bottom of that diagram, ocean acidification, we're still, according to those calculations, we're still in the green zone. If I move my cursor, can you see it down there?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
so we're still in the green zone. We haven't yet gone over into the orange zone, which is where we start to get deep uncertainty about what's going on. However, just bear in mind that that diagram was based on research done in 2015, and it was based on an assumption of acidification levels at 350 parts per million. We are now at 415 parts per million in the atmosphere, and it is rising. So in other words, this diagram is out of date. And although there are various ways to calculate the level of acidification, it looks like we are rapidly moving into this yellow zone. So why does this matter? Why does ocean acidification matter? Now, most of us think of ocean acidification in terms of the impact of acidifying water on marine life. We think about it as creating significant direct threats to the ecological integrity of the ocean systems. We also often think about this, or I hope we think about this impact or effect of ocean acidification in the context of oceans already being under significant threat from a whole other range of pressures, anthropogenic pressures. So ocean acidification is definitely a compounding threat to ecological integrity. Now, two examples, coral reef degradation. So acidifying waters are degrading coral reefs that are already under enormous pressure. Now, coral reefs are the rainforests of the ocean systems. So we're losing our rainforests within the ocean. So all ocean acidification is also having an effect on plankton, and plankton is foundational to all ocean ecological systems. It is also the source of much of the oxygen that we breathe on this planet. And I've mentioned this in presentations. So in terms of the impact of ocean acidification on ecological integrity of the oceans, we know quite a lot about this. What is far less known, but is now becoming more known by the scientists and far more alarming in some ways, is that ocean acidification also disrupts the ocean's biogeochemical processes. So this means that ocean acidification is beginning to cause positive climate feedback loops that are starting at the brink of beginning to start to accelerate climate change. Why is this? Ocean acidification can reduce the ability of the ocean to sequester carbon dioxide. Remember, the ocean is already sequestering vast amounts of carbon dioxide. The other thing that ocean acidification can do is alter the emissions of greenhouse gases. So there are a number of processes by which the ocean can become, in fact, a contributor to climate change, accelerating temperature increase because there is more carbon dioxide left in the atmosphere. So this is where there is kind of an emerging understanding of ocean acidification. So once these positive feedbacks to climate change begin to drive climate change, we get to an Earth system tipping point in the ocean where we have abrupt and irreversible change that we have no ability to then respond to. And remember, Earth system science always tells us that we're dealing with an interconnected system. So when we think of ocean acidification, we have to not be thinking just about ocean acidification. We have to recognize that ocean acidification, once it starts that tipping point mechanism, we go into irreversible global cascades. And these are referred to as creating dominoes effects or collapsing the house of cards, which threatens all life on Earth. So what do we do about ocean acidification? Well, from a scientific perspective, it's very simple, actually. There's only one solution, and that is to reduce anthropogenic emissions of carbon dioxide at source immediately. The problem is that the emission reduction targets that we have in our climate change regime, like the Paris Agreement, are based solely on temperature thresholds. So think about the Paris Agreement. When we figure out how much carbon dioxide we can continue to emit into the atmosphere to keep to 1.5 or 2 degrees, that's all based on temperature targets. None of that is based on ocean acidification. What does the modeling say? Well, the modeling says if we were to calculate carbon dioxide emissions that take into account ocean acidification, then our emission reductions of carbon dioxide would have to be significantly higher than what we are calculating today for temperature increases. Significantly higher of what we already think we need to do. Okay, so why do I think ocean acidification is potentially worse than climate change? Well, there are a number of reasons. First of all, we're only now becoming aware of ocean acidification as a positive feedback loop, as potentially making climate change a lot worse. And we're already at or beyond safe levels of ocean acidification. And the next point is that anthropogenic CO2 emissions are continuing to increase, and as they do, ocean acidification is increasing. In other words, we haven't even managed to cap or stop emissions at a rate that accounts for temperature increase. In other words, every level of limit for CO2 emissions that we've come up with, we are exceeding. So we're nowhere near keeping to 1.5 to 2 degrees. We're still on our way to 3 to 4 degrees. And remember, those emission reductions do not account for ocean acidification. Then there's another reason why climate change is, why ocean acidification is potentially worse than climate change. And it's a little bit more subtle. It's because we currently know far less about the ocean's biochemical processes. I heard one scientist talking about ocean acidification say, well, the chemical process is simple, but the impacts of this on the ocean and on the climate system itself is a grand experiment. There's so much we still don't know. And associated with this, there is far, far less public awareness of ocean acidification. So when people think about climate change, they think of the impacts on terrestrial systems. And they have they can see the environment changing around them. The oceans are still very much out of sight and out of mind for many people. People just are less aware of what's going on in the oceans. So why do I say ocean acidification is the evil twin of climate change, but it's hiding in plain sight? First of all, ocean acidification is related to climate change in that they are both caused by excessive emissions of carbon dioxide. So climate change and ocean acidification share the same cause, excessive CO2 emissions. But ocean acidification hides in plain sight because it's often incorrectly treated as an impact or a consequence of a changing climate. So in people's perceptions, often ocean acidification is a consequence of climate change, just like a warming ocean would be a consequence of climate change. And therein lies the problem. When we think of ocean acidification not as a separate problem that is related, but as a consequence or impact of a changing climate, then our minds start to focus on managing or adapting to ocean acidification. And that distracts us from focusing on the root cause of ocean acidification, which is excess emissions. And as recently as 2019, the IPCC pointed out that ocean acidification is a unique issue. We must think of it as a unique issue, and we must address its causes directly. So stop thinking of it as an impact or a consequence of climate change, and therefore something that we just have to adapt to, and something that we can resolve through our emission reductions for temperature increases. Why else is ocean acidification hiding in plain sight? Not only are the emission reductions in the climate regime currently woefully insufficient, the other thing is when you look at the climate regime, ocean acidification is outside of the jurisdiction of the Framework Convention and the Paris Agreement. And that is because the Paris Agreement and the Framework Convention are focusing and interpreted to focus very much on changing global atmospheric temperatures. So everything we're doing under that regime is tagged to or linked to changing global atmospheric temperatures. In fact, in the Paris Agreement, there is no explicit mention of ocean acidification. And there is, to the disappointment of ocean people, there is very little mention yet in the Paris Agreement of the climate-ocean nexus. Then there's another very important reason why ocean acidification is outside of the climate change regime. And that is right from the start, right from 2010, people who were involved in the Paris Agreement were very aware that in order to address ocean acidification, there's only one way to do it. You have to enhance, increase greater emission reductions at source. Whereas many people wanted to continue to focus very much on the ability of the oceans to be used as a sink and reservoir for emissions. So there's this idea that if you don't put ocean acidification into the climate change regime, then you can continue to treat the oceans as a sink and a reservoir for carbon dioxide, overlooking the fact that the oceans are really at the limit of their ability to operate as a sink and are rapidly going to tip from our friend to our foe in terms of absorption of carbon dioxide. There's another reason, or some other reasons, why ocean acidification is hiding in plain sight. Some of the commentators use the concept of problem shifting. And they say, well, there is an awareness of ocean acidification, but there's a deliberate effort not to include ocean acidification in any existing treaty regime, that they just leave it out, essentially. And as a result of leaving ocean acidification out, there's an assumption that somewhere else in the system it will be dealt with. It doesn't get dealt with, and therefore it gets worse. But this idea of problem shifting, whilst important, you know, it's all about the gaps in international law and governance, it is important. It kind of sanitizes what's really going on. There are some really important political incentives to keep ocean acidification out of any regime. It requires even higher emissions. There are no solutions other than reductions at source. And again, it comes back to this whole myth that we run in climate change of net zero, and this constant want and need, as part of that myth of net zero, to use the oceans as a carbon sink and to focus on absorption through what is now called carbon or blue carbon absorption within the ocean system of carbon dioxide. Now, some of the scientists are saying that that is absolutely wishful thinking. And that's a really polite way of putting it, of delusional, I would say. All right, so alarmingly, I've talked about the climate change regime. There's nothing in the climate change regime for ocean acidification directly. Alarmingly, ocean acidification is also being kept out of the new Treaty for Protection of the Marine Environment, particularly for the whole of the high seas. When you look at that treaty, it's the BBNJ treaty, it's still a draft. When you look at that treaty, what you see is ocean acidification is treated as a background issue. And to some extent, the idea of MPAs are offered as a form of adaptation response to ocean acidification, like adapt to it, don't address it at source. And what we see in this treaty, draft treaty, is a whole range of systemic issues are actively kept off the table in those negotiations. There's no direct reference to the causes of ocean acidification. In fact, when I was at those treaty negotiations and I did talk to other negotiators about ocean acidification, they basically said ocean acidification is not our job. That is a job or a task of the climate change regime. But when we look at the climate change regime, we see it doesn't deal with it. So they're wrong on that front, or they're being disingenuous. So what now? What are our responses? When you look at the literature, this discussion is starting to kick off a little bit more. We're getting much more attention to ocean acidification by scientists beyond the ecosystem impacts of it, and by experts in governance and law. But the responses still sit very much within the business as usual mindset. Some people are talking about making ocean acidification part of an enhanced Paris Agreement, but Paris is failing. So are we just going to put ocean acidification in the Paris Agreement and watch ourselves fail again? Some have talked about a new treaty dealing specifically with ocean acidification. That's really problematic from an Earth system perspective. And as I've just mentioned, in the new treaty for protection of the marine environment, there's some discussion about some marine protected areas in some parts of the oceans. But generally speaking, there is absolutely no political will to deal with ocean acidification. There is no sense of urgency. In fact, many people feel that it's hard enough to get anyone to deal with climate change. If you add ocean acidification into the mix, then we're all doomed to absolute failure. Whichever way you cut it, the sorts of responses that we see at the moment emerging for ocean acidification are totally reductionist. They focus on managing and adapting our way out of this mess on the assumption that we can do so. They treat ocean acidification as just another pollution control problem, a background environmental issue, which is linear and within human control. What these business as usual approaches do is they fundamentally ignore the Earth system reality that ocean acidification is a compounding threat to the whole complex interconnected Earth system, that it is already on the brink and we are already starting to enter into dangerous and irreversible changes. So again, remember with Earth system science, whenever we're thinking about an issue like ocean acidification, and again, come down to that green expanding out and taking us into the yellow area, we have to also take into account that with biochemical flows, with Earth system change, with biosphere integrity, and with climate change, we've already well stepped out into these incredibly dangerous, risky areas. We have to see everything as interrelated. So because these sort of business as usual approaches to ocean acidification really miss the reality, they're completely out of step with Earth system science, a number of commentators have started to raise the alarm. Vidus, in the context of oceans, has said that failing to come up with responses that are business as usual is an effective form of collective suicide, whether conscious or not. Hamilton and others refer to these sorts of responses as a serious underestimation or mischaracterization of human responses. Ruck, Kim, and others talk about the need for challenges, talk about these sorts of problems as challenges that require solutions that question fundamental ideas of contemporary law and governance. And they, in their research put out in 2020, they're starting to think about developing a whole new area of law that they refer to as Earth system law. Developing an entirely new legal paradigm to better respond to these complex Earth system challenges and not pollution control problems. However, I find the work that they're evolving on this idea of Earth system law really interesting, but they make very clear in their work that it is assuming that we haven't hit critical tipping points. Their work is assuming that we can still somehow stay within these green areas where we're within them, and where we've gone outside of these safe operating areas, we can pull back, right? We can pull back into these safe areas. So they say quite clearly their work is based on some assumptions about where we're currently at, that we still have some element of control. But what if we don't? And they did raise that in their work. What if we don't? And they said, well, if we've gone beyond critical tipping points, if we've gone into these global cascades, then their work is kind of off the table. So this is where I'm about to launch forth into something really new. I started looking at the work of Johan Rockström and others who did develop, pivotal to developing Earth system science and this idea of planetary boundaries. And they have really started to up the ante. They've said we are now in a planetary emergency. So not a climate change emergency, not a biodiversity emergency, not an ocean acidification urgency. Everything together, we're in a planetary emergency. And we need to change now to emergency responses that operate at a planetary level. They have said that these irreversible tipping points are starting. They're identifying them now, and they're happening at lower temperature levels than initially thought. So they're happening at 1.2 degrees of warming, which is where we're sort of currently at. They say because we're in these tipping points, and we're going to then, if we don't react as an emergency, if we don't have emergency responses that are very, very different, we're going to go into global cascades, and things are going to be very, very different for all life on Earth. They're saying the time to react with emergency responses is now, like right now, compared with the climate change regime, where we still give ourselves 30 years to hit this nefarious target of net zero by 2050. That's 30 years out. So in this context of urgency, they're saying nothing is too radical in an emergency and a crisis. So now I want us to think really radically. And I sat down and I thought, okay, I need to think radically. I need to think dangerously. What can I think of? This is just the start of my thinking. My proposal is that we use ocean acidification as a trigger, as a moment in time, as we didn't 30 years ago with climate change, but now with ocean acidification, to think of it as a trigger, to use it as a trigger to create a very radical way of thinking. And this is the start point: emergency closure of the whole of the high seas as one of our great global ecological commons. Remember, the high seas is outside the national jurisdiction of any country. We need to close the high seas by implementing the strongest possible restrictions that we can think of on all forms of human activity: fishing, mining, discharge of pollutants, shipping, etc. This kind of emergency closure of the high seas would be truly precautionary. We're not waiting for any further science on ocean acidification, nor to watch those interactions operate with already degraded ecological systems. It's holistic in its scale. It recognizes existing ocean system degradation, and it creates the potential for 2/3 of the ocean. 2/3 of the ocean are the high seas. That's nearly 50% of the Earth in surface. And in a 3-dimensional level, we have to think of the oceans. It gives the oceans the potential, it's only the potential, to recover ecological integrity through the removal of a whole suite of additional human stresses. This doesn't preclude the need to reduce carbon dioxide emissions. That's still required. So all this would do, it's only a little part of the picture, but it might, not will, lessen the risks of irreversible tipping points in the ocean. And it will give us time to develop a very different form of governance and law that responds to the multiple threats to the ocean and to the whole climate system as it operates in reality. So Olivia came up with this little diagram. I hope there are no Australians watching this, because it looks like Australia is closed. But this is the idea, right? Close off the high seas. Okay. Now, this would create a radical rupture in humanity's current relationship with the ocean, and by implication, the whole of the Earth system, because it requires us to urgently step back and to make space for the ocean systems to potentially regain their integrity. It recognizes the magnitude of the harm already done, human responsibility for that harm, and the high risk of irreversible outcomes if we continue as we are, if we continue business as usual, even with enhanced legal regimes. The other element of this shock emergency response is it has the potential to thrust humanity into a very different kind of relationship with the Earth system, one that is based on a deeper relationship of humility, respect, and collective responsibilities. In closing the oceans for this reason, we could turn from defenders of national self-interest as we operate as states to holding collective responsibilities for ecological integrity. So the time to do this is now. The risks are extremely high. We need to do something radical, something different as an emergency response before we repeat the problems of the past and think we've had 30 years to deal with climate change and we still haven't. And we need to act now because the oceans are on the threshold of a whole new era of human activity. Deep sea mining is just beginning as a new era. And of course, we are facing the 6th mass species extinction, which includes ocean ecosystems. We often think of this in terms of just terrestrial ecosystems, but it also includes ocean ecosystems. So I hope that in this presentation, even if you think I'm completely crazy, and I may well be, I hope I have shocked you into thinking differently about our problems, and specifically, what are we going to do about ocean acidification as it relates to the whole of the Earth system and not just climate change.
Okay.
Do we have any precedents for this idea of closing the oceans? Well, of course not really, because we're not thinking radically enough. But if we should open our minds to this kind of idea, then COVID tells us that maybe we can do the unthinkable, right? This is unthinkable now, but maybe we have the capacity when we hit a crisis, as we are now, to do the unthinkable. Any other precedents? There is an ocean scientist who has been talking about closing the whole of the high seas to all commercial fishing, as one example. In indigenous legal systems, like the indigenous legal system in New Zealand and in the Pacific, there are mechanisms for the closure of parts of the ocean for various reasons. So this is very much part of indigenous systems. Also, in my part of the world, in the Pacific, some of the very small ocean states with incredibly large exclusive economic zones are now attempting to completely close their EEZs as forms of marine protected areas. Now, these are massive parts of the ocean. They are within national jurisdiction, so there's a key difference. But it does show that some states are thinking about completely changing the way they relate to the ocean. So there we go, folks. The sun has now fully risen on this side of the ocean, and I'd just like to finish by thanking you all very much to listening to a very different form of presentation. Thanks.
Okay, great. We'll go to questions. There's so much I would like to talk to you about, including some of the assertions you made.
Hey, Don, can I just step in here for just kind of an administrative, silly little thing that we really want to do, which is to have everybody open your video. We're going to take a screenshot so that we have a record of as many of us as possible. So please open your video right now if you're able to do that. We'll do this very quickly, and then we can go straight to questions.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt, but okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Great, thank you. Thanks for that little interruption. Okay. Take it away, Don.
Okay, I really appreciate your focusing on acidification, but your presentation raises all sorts of questions. And what does closing do better than stopping greenhouse gas emissions. That's one of them. I was told by people in Paris, I'm an IPCC member, that the 1.52 was based upon an informal consensus that you won't tip the tipping points until 1.5 to 2 degrees centigrade. That was the conversation in the room. It wasn't scientifically rigorous, but there was a general consensus. You're probably aware, are you aware that the most worrisome tipping points were not in the IPCC models? Okay, I found this outstanding, okay? And I've asked people, and I'm asking you to get to the bottom of this because it's a contested issue, that the methane permafrost and the West Antarctic ice sheet were not in the models, and why they weren't in the models. What I have been told is because they couldn't pass the 95% confidence levels. They didn't have, they were following epistemic norms. Okay. Oh my God. If that's true, I'm suggesting that we investigate this. I have friends, I can't get to the bottom of it. But this is such an important issue. So everybody is saying the sixth assessment is going to be much worse than the fifth assessment, because the science is saying that the 3.0 climate sensitivity is low, too low. And it's too low because methane permafrost and sea level rise, its impact on tipping the tipping points is not in the models. How could that be? You know, so I think it's our job, if this turns out to be true, to get to the bottom of what happened factually, because we need to show that Greta Thunberg is right. How dare you, corporate America? This is, in my experience, I was a negotiator for the United States during the Clinton administration. I watched corporations push us all around. That's another important story. You know, we stopped in 1992. I worked for the guy that negotiated the climate treaty for the Bush administration, and he said we stopped the world both in 1992. I was with the U.S. during the Kyoto Protocol. I count 6 times that the United States and some others, but led by the United States, stopped the world from making agreements, including enforceability. I led a negotiation for the US in 1997 where I was asked by the State Department to get the whole world agreed that climate change was human caused, which is what IPCC. And every country walked out of this meeting and saying, holy shit, even the Saudis agree that the evidence, okay. So well, that raises questions about what do we talk about?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and I also learned, much to my surprise, that the highest people in the UN believe that neoliberal economic theory is the problem, and people were afraid to talk against free markets. Okay, which is also another story, I think. So what I'm saying is there are research issues that I would like to work with you to get a sense of what they are, to follow them up. I don't fully understand why closing the oceans is the solutions. Every ton of greenhouse gas makes the acidification worse.
Don, could I ask supplement a little what you're asking on research, and I'd love to hear what Prue has knows about this, and that is with you know, with the planetary boundaries research, at least the most recent thing and what's still on the website seems to say that, you know, it's not great news. It's that once you get down to 80% of whatever the concentration of aragonite or whatever it is, then you're into the yellow zone, and we're at 84%, starting at 100%. So, okay, we're right up pushing against the boundary. You don't, you know, planetary boundaries, you can't really think that we're in great shape until we hit that boundary. We're not in great shape, but they, you know, they say in the paper that they don't think if we stick to 350 parts per million, we'll have trouble with ocean acidification. And what I heard you saying was calling that into question a bit. So I just wonder how to think of all this, given your really great presentation.
I don't think we should. I don't think we should get sort of too hung up on whether we're still within the green zone or we've gone out, because the trajectory is that, and the IPCC itself said this in their 2019 report on the oceans, right? Everything is taking us to that point of the oceans being far too acidified, and there's no sign of that turning around, right? And remember also that ocean acidification is something that can't be changed. You can't de-acidify the ocean on human timescales, right? So once we get these levels of acidification, it's not like in a human time frame, if we just stop producing, if we just reduce carbon emissions sufficiently, then we'll pull back within that green zone, right? So there are some elements of ocean acidification that are quite different from climate change. Okay, so when we think about climate change, we have to remember there's always that time lag between greenhouse gases being in the atmosphere and the temperature changes. But there's also this assumption in climate change that if we can stabilize greenhouse gas emissions sufficiently by the end of the century, then we can start, in other words, we're likely to go over those temperature limits between now and the end of the century. But if we can sufficiently limit emissions and maybe even pull emissions out of the atmosphere, then by sometime into the next century, we might be able to stabilize the climate system again. In other words, keep within those temperature thresholds. But the ocean system doesn't work that way. Don, to come back to your point about tipping points. Yeah, I mean, that's really extraordinary. And what I understand from Johan Rockström's work on this is that even if, back 5, 10, 15 years ago, tipping points were worked into the models, they would have been wrong, because these tipping points are happening earlier than anyone anticipated. So, I mean, that's the thing that's really rocked me. We've always known about these various tipping points, but we sort of assumed that they'll happen further down the track. But in fact, what seems to be happening now is we are hitting those, they are starting, right? Yes. And we're not reacting to that. And that's why they're saying emergency, emergency, those tipping points are now. They're now.
Right. Yeah. But it's our job to help people understand how this happened and who's responsible. Yeah, okay, yeah. I believe the sociology, if the hope is, again, social movements around the world. And the sociologists claim that social movements are started when people are outraged by the injustice of what's going on. So, this is also, and we're not going to get the US to agree to anything and I suspect New Zealand and Canada, until people see how outrageous the fossil fuel industry has been all around the world, not only in the United States. So for a longer discussion, if you say is true, what do we collectively do? Okay.
Okay, so one thing I've explored, for example, and I think, what I of course haven't dealt with in this presentation is implementation of this kind of idea, because that's the really, really tricky stuff. I'm just putting an idea out there at the moment. But one thing we could do absolutely to begin with, again, it's another radical shock to our whole system. And that is, we have to stop those treaty negotiations in New York. They're ridiculous. The treaty negotiations on the new, marine protection regime for the oceans doesn't deal with ocean acidification or any other systemic threats, right? It's nonsense. It's nonsense. It's all happening under the umbrella of the Law of the Sea Convention, which is all about ongoing human utilization of the ocean. Now, look, remember Copenhagen. Remember when the climate change negotiations nearly came to a screeching halt, right? Maybe if we allowed those climate change negotiations to honestly fail and then picked up from back then, maybe we would have achieved something more than we have currently achieved.
Right.
So, I mean, we keep doing this. There's this dirty lie going on that any international agreement is better than no international agreement.
Okay.
And that has to stop, Don. That has to stop.
Well, I've been surprised to learn that the people I'm working with in the UN believe the common problem in international negotiations is to defeat the neoliberal ideas about GDP growth, which has stopped the US. I was in the White House when we asked Clinton, why were we doing this? And he pulled out the Kuznets curve. Okay. Okay. I never realized.
Nonsense.
What's that?
It's nonsense. The Kuznets curve.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Yeah. So Clinton completely believed that all of our problems would be solved, which was the right was pushing. You don't have to regulate. That was the central idea at the center.
Nonsense. It's economic nonsense.
What?
It's economic nonsense.
Yeah, but we have to people understand what's going on. We have to understand who the wizard is behind the curtain. Okay. They don't know that they think it's just scientific rationality. There's this guy, Senator Whitehouse, is the only one I know who's just been attacked in the New York Times because he's been arguing to let the people understand what's really going on. Because we need a social movement, and social movements are energized by outrage, but at the injustice of it all. I think the sociologists are right on that. I mean, and I've seen it in my lifetime with George Floyd and women's rights and human rights. If you want massive social change, you have to help people see the injustice and who's causing it. I might be wrong, but that's what I think we should be doing.
Well, we had a chance with COVID. We got to the Americans that it was a crisis, finally, through Biden. In the COVID crisis, of course, there's the whole concept of supply chains. We're going to have to radically change, which would reduce travel on the oceans. But I think Prue's point is that with respect to ocean acidification, we are now at the point of no return. That's the very simple thing. That is a crisis. The bottom line is not carbon taxes, it's regulation. And we had that experience in COVID to some degree, during which the carbon imprint reduced, or at least the greenhouse gases reduced. That is a small example of the emergency response that needs to occur now. That's Prue's point.
Well, I would like to have a longer conversation with Prue why closing rather than reducing carbon to the oceans isn't the most emergent.
Don, let me just clarify. I'm not saying either or, right? Yes. With ocean acidification, of course, the ultimate source is carbon emissions, and we still have to deal with that. But what we need as an emergency response is to first do something critical like close the oceans and By closing the oceans, we reduce a whole range of existing human stresses immediately, and we give the oceans the potential to retain or maintain or restore their ecological integrity. And by doing that, what I understand we're doing is we're reducing the risks. We're just bringing the risks down to that within one part of the ocean, one part of the climate system, which is the ocean. And we shock ourselves at that very point. And so then we think, okay, now we have to also deal with carbon emissions, right?
Yes.
And they come from a whole range of sources. But right now, to shock ourselves into doing something urgently now that gives it at least the potential that the risks of those tipping points are reduced. That's all it's about. It's about reducing the risks of those tipping points. And it's only a potentiality, and it's only a part of the process, because absolutely the only way to stop ocean acidification is to bring down those carbon emissions and bring them down faster and more steeply than we're currently thinking about in terms of temperature increases.
How do we go about framing the urgency of the problem in democratic election campaigns?
Let me step in here with some administrative. Look, this is a great discussion. I just want to be clear to folks that I'm going to stop recording. We're about half hour the ending time. That doesn't mean we stop discussing. It means that people should know that we're shifting into the more informal phase of the meeting. For some people, I know it's very late in the day, our European friends. So just so if you don't feel bad if you want to leave, this conversation will continue. You're also welcome to stay, but I just wanted to be clear that we're sort of making a shift now from the sort of formal meeting session today to a more informal discussion. So Rose's question about, Rose, why don't you repeat what you have to say?